Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. We got an awful lot of stuff to talk about. Joining me live this morning is Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl, senior economist. Good morning, Tracy. How are you?
Good morning, all.
Craig Shapiro, senior macro strategist extraordinaire. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And saving, last but not least, the one and only Pips are Blake Morrow. Blake, good morning. How are you?
You were going to say best for last. He was. He was going to say it. He was going to say best for last, wasn't he?
Craig
He was.
is going to have his feelings hurt.
I stopped myself.
Hey, you know what? Happy Thursday to all of you guys. Happy Thursday to everybody. Jeez.
Oh man, thanks. Well, we have an awful lot of stuff to talk about, including the NVIDIA effect and among other things. But let's start with the news, Shy. What's happening?
NVIDIA was a beat. That's all you need to know. No, so that's really all in the news. So NVIDIA sees AI-fueled demand boosting sales 70% next year versus 45% expectations. NVIDIA's stellar results are reinforcing investor confidence in the AI revolution, with Huang saying the golden age of labs and startups is here, and that NVIDIA would be growing even faster if it had access to more supplies. Moving on, we have options. Traders are hedging for a bigger dollar rebound on Warsh's speech. Option flows and positioning suggest traders are guarding against a continued rebound, hedging for the possibility that Warsh comes in across hawkish or reiterates his view that the Fed should focus on monetary policy and stay out of fiscal matters. And then in Bitcoin and gold, investors are no longer choosing between Bitcoin and gold as hedges against fiscal anxiety. They are buying both. Exchange-traded funds tracking the assets attracted a record $7 billion over the last 5 trading days, putting some of the biggest gold and Bitcoin vehicles alongside the stock market giants at the top of the ETF flow rankings. Notable was $3.4 billion in GLD and $1.5 billion in IBIT. And as far as data is concerned today, we do have retail inventories, wholesale inventories, and of course initial jobless claims and continuing claims at 8:30 at 11 a.m. Eastern. Kansas City Fed manufacturing activity. Jobless claims probably will come in line and not be that important, but we will see if we have any kind of outsized move to the upside or the downside in those numbers this morning.
Thank you, Tracy. By the way, it is the Bitcoin. Just clarification.
It is, sorry, the Bitcoin.
Yeah. Also, by the way, everybody, there is that USDA weekly export sales report at 8:30. So if you're trading grains, that might be an interesting report to take a look at also. But let's talk about the main event last night, Craig. I mean, NVIDIA hit the street. Initially, NASDAQ didn't like it. It was confused on which way to go. And I guess this data got assimilated, and then we caught a bid.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where the numbers came out, they blew the doors off. The initial guidance was strong, and the reaction was negative. Better to have traveled than to arrive. And then Jensen gets on the conference call and decides to make a pretty robust, bold outlook statement for fiscal 27 revenues, well ahead of street expectations. And I don't really think anyone was prepared or expecting that. And so it was a bullish, euphoric conference call that has really propelled the sector back into good, into strong performance. And NVIDIA has been a decent underperformer for most of the year, as people have shifted out of the name into names further upstream, whether it's the equipment makers or the memory makers. And so I don't necessarily think folks were as positioned for this kind of surprise. And clearly the stock reacting as it is this morning would suggest that. And so now you're bringing all the market cap back into NVIDIA shares, right? The biggest company in the world, kind of up 7-8%, has big implications. And so you're seeing that in the dispersion trades again, right? With the NASDAQ really outperforming today, and clearly semis outperforming. And the Russell for now is flat, and it spent a good part of the morning modestly negative. The Dow as well. The Dow has limited exposure to the AI-related trades. And so you're seeing that rotation again into NASDAQ, then S&P, and then Russell and the Dow are lagging. So we've talked about this, that if in order for markets to propel to all-time highs, we were going to have to see the NASDAQ lead. And so here we are again with that potential this morning. But tomorrow's a big day because we are going to hear from Fed Chair Warsh. We think he's going to give some information that has to do with his framework or how he's thinking about setting monetary policy or the balance sheet or what have you. Or I suspect he's not going to be too specific on the September decision. But given the commentary last week and this week on the long end of the bond market and the sell-off we've seen there, some of this resurgence in inflation, this weak dollar momentum that's picked up, markets are looking to hear from him. And is he going to try to address this weakness in the long end? Is he going to be firm on his desire to bring inflation back down to 2%? Or is he going to just go with the flow, be dovish, and we'll see the markets propel to new all-time highs? We'll find out tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
I was going to ask that. So tomorrow, 10 o'clock tomorrow is the big, whatever presser he has.
Speech.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Fun times. Blake, what do you make of all this NVIDIA stuff?
Well, we talked about that all week. NVIDIA has really underperformed going into earnings for the last 8 earnings seasons. So, or excuse me, outperformed and then underperformed following. And so it's not surprising that we saw a lot of selling of NVIDIA coming into the earnings season or into earnings yesterday. And then we have NVIDIA that's up. Let's not forget too, the broad markets are still in my opinion, breakout territory. And while we're above 7,600 in the S&P, everything's just well bid, and you're finding buyers here. And I love the fact that NVIDIA might, regain its composure and start leading this market higher. And we need something to break us out of this malaise that we've seen all week. I know it's summer markets, and I know, we got a couple of big weekends coming up, especially with the Labor Day weekend, a week and a half away. But I like the way that NVIDIA is performing here. I think it looks great, and I think the NASDAQ needs that leadership at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it does look pretty perky today, and I'll cover it in detail in the Edge report. But I want to ask Shai, I mean, we've been warning, at least on my radar screen, I've been warning people, hey, keep an eye on bonds. We're still kind of stuck in the mud here, close to a 5.2 yield on the 30-year. It could be a drag on equities, but it's still not a drag on equities.
Well, I think it's not a drag on equities right now because it's really the velocity of the move. When we see kind of those intraday moves with velocity, the upside or downside, I think that affects equities more than, right now. If you look at the daily, we're just kind of been going sideways for like 2 weeks now. We haven't broken up to the outside or, upside or the downside. And so I think at least the calmness in the bond market is helping equities stay a little more buoyant.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, Warsh comes in hot. What happens with this Treasury market?
I mean, if Warsh comes in hot, I think the bonds are going to rally. If he's resolute about that, he's picking up on these inflationary intonations. He's pushing back against the Treasury's decision to, provide some more stimulus or inflationary policy with these buybacks. If he's resolute, then bonds are going to rally because we're going to see a curve flattener. We'll probably see yields at the front end potentially moving higher, and the market will give him the benefit of the doubt that he's going to be successful. And I think bonds would rally on that. Now, what would stocks do? I think stocks probably would sell off in that environment because it would show this commitment to inflation slaying, for lack of a better word, and that he's not playing ball with the administration's desires to run it hot between now and in the midterms. I think we'll see. I mean, he's given us no real outlook on that since he's been the Fed chair that he's going to be pushing back against. He hasn't really given much in the way of no forward guidance, as we know. We don't really know necessarily where he stands. He's kind of resting on his laurels, like, I'm going to do this. And I think, it's kind of his S or get off the pot moment, I think, here in some ways for the market. They want to hear that he's ready to deliver some commitment to actually bringing down inflation back down to target. We had the Fed Governor Schmidt was on this morning, and he was saying, he thinks policy is largely accommodative at this point, too. And while he's not a voting member, he likely would have voted. He would have voted for a rate hike at the last meeting. He probably would vote for a rate hike at this next meeting, because the demand components from the AI capex story are clearly inflationary. And when a company like NVIDIA, the largest company in the world, is talking about a 70% increase in revenue growth, $100 billion a quarter or more of revenues, there are some inflation, and there's no profitability associated with kind of further down the curve. It's all built out. It's all inflationary. It's commodities.
And they're raising prices.
They're raising prices. We're seeing that now in the grains market too, given this Russia-Ukraine stuff. The oil market is big. It's kind of everywhere in the commodity channel. So, there's no sign that inflation is moving back down to 2% in any reasonable period of time. That's the Fed's job, is to do that. So we need to hear that he's willing to do it. I'm not sure we're going to get it, but I think the markets would react, in that way if he is resolute on that.
Yeah, I mean, Blake, with Jackson Hole in our crosshairs right now, I mean, are we still going to be talking about the basement trades?
Well, that's a great question. And what we're seeing in the dollar is we're seeing the dollar just kind of rally back into some pretty key resistance. And I don't know if I'm attributing it to, I was reminded this morning and yesterday that today is corporate month end for dollar buying. So if you're seeing some dollar buying come through in European trade, a lot of that has been attributed to this move that we've seen in with corporates. But I don't know, I'm with Craig as far as where Warsh is going to be positioning himself. I mean, you look at some of these commodities. I know you guys briefly touched on them, but yeah, I mean, corn, wheat. I mean, those rallies look really, really substantial here, and we know Warsh he's also a central banking veteran, if you will. So he's got to talk about, or he has to understand the fact that if he doesn't talk a little bit more hawkish tomorrow, he's going to have a problem with the bond market. So we're probably see the inverse of what Craig was just saying. We'd see bonds under pressure and yields ripping. So I think he's got to recognize that, and that in turn will probably help the dollar somewhat, I would think.
Yeah, if real briefly, Blake, if you could explain the end of year corporate buying of U.S. dollars for folks that like me who want a clarification.
Yeah, so when you have month end, you have month end flows, which could be dominated based on, and that goes right up into the end of the month. It could be dominated on how equities have done globally. Repositioning, people have to take their dollars, redeploy them out into equities, come back, buy dollars, sell dollars. It just depends on, where the markets have moved. And this month end, which would be, on Monday, we should see some dollar buying or dollar selling flows, excuse me. That's what most banks have come back with estimates. However, corporate month end, there's usually, which is a couple of days before, it's value date, if you will, a couple of days before month end, there tends to be corporate shenanigans, whether it's buying or selling. Sometimes it tends to be more dollar buying than dollar selling for corporates. And I think we are seeing a little bit of that come in, but it's been pretty unreliable. A lot of the Europeans that are in our community, they're bank traders. They're very familiar with month-end flows, and they've expressed to us over the course of the last couple of years, it hasn't been as consistent as we've seen in years past. But we just have to be aware. 2 days before month end is usually corporate month end, value date, where you tend to get dollar activity. And it seems to be some dollar buying coming in today.
Yeah, I mean, Shai, I'm looking at gold right now. Thank you for that, Blake, by the way. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
looking at gold right now, and from the end of June lows up until where we're at right now, we're up about 17.56%. Blake told me that this was looking flaggy this morning, so I added some lines at the end of the chart. Overall, though, Shai, what's your opinion on what's happening here in gold?
So, I mean, I'm not, it looks flaggy to me too, by the way. I think we're seeing gold under a little pressure this morning because of that warmer PCE number yesterday, and we had rate hike odds tick up a couple percentage points. And I think gold is kind of reacting on that right now. And also for copper, is a little bit weaker this morning despite the AI capex trade in full swing because of the industrial manufacturing numbers out of China overnight. So we are seeing a pullback a little bit in copper and gold on that.
Okay,
the underlying fundamentals, like the underlying fundamental story for the bullish case is still 100% on. I'm just trying to explain the weakness that we are seeing this morning in both of those.
Yeah, I mean, since you pivoted to copper, I mean, it's truly Dr. Copper right now, right? I mean, and Craig, are we, what it seems like the administration is treating China right now with kid gloves, even though they're talking a big game with everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to the trade war, Liberation Day stuff last April, and the aggressive treatment towards China and China's reaction, banning rare earth exports, ratcheting up tariffs, really, hurting the supply chain. I think really, and hurting the bond market, really spooked the administration for sure. And so since that point in time, we've just had a relationship now that is more about status quo as opposed to ratcheting up any of these fears. And so even though China continues to do things, there was a story out yesterday about China hacking government websites. There's obviously China is the biggest buyer of Iranian oil. There's plenty of things that China continues to do which are run adverse to what the administration would like to see out of China, and yet our reaction to China is to do really nothing. Because we don't have the ability to recreate our supply chains here, generate manufactured goods, for the defense industry, for various other, important end markets without China. And so we are kind of in a position here where we have to treat them with kid gloves. Into a meeting next month between the president and Xi, we'll see what happens here. But I wouldn't expect anything in the way of, ratcheting up of a trade war with China between now and the midterms. That seems like a pretty low probability event for the president at this point.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I know they were. We'll see what the USDA report says with respect to some grain flows going that way. So I know there's focus on Chinese. What's going to be the soybean buy from China? We'll find that out at 8:30. So that's kind of big news. But hang tight 1 second, Blake. Shai, I mean, how do these type of commodities? We don't talk about commodities a lot, right? We're literally in the wheat market right now. We're at a calendar year highs right now, and how does this kind of component really kind of play into the inflation story?
Well, we started kind of ratcheting up as soon as Ukraine and Russia started bombing each other in the Black Sea. That is the major port. They are two of the top largest wheat exporters. Ukraine also big corn exporter. So we did see grains kind of tick up on that. Now that Russia has kind of announced that any sort of peace deal has gone to the wayside and they would be ratcheting up efforts against Ukraine promising the same thing back. Those ports are going to be major targets. We've had several shipping companies say that they will no longer deal in the Black Sea because they've been hit by drones. So then you have a problem with trying to even get grain out via bulk carrier. And so that's a lot of grain that's not reaching the markets. Higher food prices, even though the Fed doesn't count energy, food, and housing, the three things that you need, it does still factor into inflation and the economics for the consumer, because the grain goes up, everything made with grain goes up in price. right? And so that's kind of a drag on the consumer.
Yeah. Blake, are you gluten-free?
I'm, funny thing is you say that. I'm trying to go gluten-free at the moment, but very much still eat whatever I want.
All right.
But
I had leftover birthday cake last night, so I'm out. But let's go ahead. Sorry.
so you're recovering gluten-holic. As far as these moves in wheat, I always go back to what Tracy's analysis months ago when this Iranian war started, and I just think about all the fertilizer and the lack of fertilizer that's reaching different parts of the world, and what it's going to look like for crops going into the second half of this year. Then on top of it, you throw this Ukraine-Russia situation, which, as she just pointed out, Ukraine's such a big producer of wheat. I mean, I have a feeling that that these commodities are going to be really in demand going into the second half or the fourth quarter of this year. It's going to be, I mean, you see all the reasons why they should be going up and how it's going to affect, global food markets around the world. The next, year is probably going to be quite substantial. Yeah. I would suspect.
I think you'll see a lot of resource nationalism where countries decide not to export. That happens. We see that a lot with sugar and rice, and we may see that next year with things like corn and wheat. Probably not from the United States because we're such a large producer, but you definitely see that from other countries that are smaller producers.
Yeah. So Craig, you doing anything special at lunchtime today?
Well, yes. In fact, we are. Today is going to be the launch of our new Discord-only program with Samantha LeDuc and I called Candles and Catalysts. I was going to say Catalysts and Candles, but it's Candles and Catalysts. And we are going to discuss the news of the day, which I hear there's a little company called NVIDIA, which may grow into a big company, and we may have to talk about that. We'll talk about the setup for tomorrow as well into the Warsh speech. Samantha's great. We'll go through a lot of the macro and micro signals with some trading ideas. And so definitely join us live at noon today, only on the Discord channel. Feel free. I think the production will put a link in the chat if you're not already in there, and definitely get involved.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Samantha's a firecracker. You guys are great together. It's going to be fantastic. So looking forward to that 12 o'clock. Blake, we got less than a minute left before we break for an Edge report. We are going to come back to the panel, but I want to give you just a couple seconds here. The Bitcoin, man.
The Bitcoin, I think the market was caught short, and we had this extended move last week. There are buyers on dips. We probed 80,000 once again, and I still think that the upside target of 82,000 is not too far away. And by the way, I didn't just pull that number out of my rear end. Let me give you specifics. The 83,800 level is the 38% retracement of the entire move lower from all-time highs down to the lows that we traded to in June. And it would match the highs that we had back in May of this year. So that 83, close to 84,000 level is going to be really big resistance in case we have some further gains from here.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for that. We're going to come back to the panel in a second. Let's just dip a real quick Edge report, and we'll be right back with these three. Blake set me up nicely here for the Bitcoin. I mean, this is this is a breakout. This is a huge breakout. Probably a lot of factors to contribute to it. There's a lot of inflows in the ETF sector right now around the Bitcoin complex. And my guess is that's the strongest driver. And then, of course, a short squeeze probably helped this huge rally. And then lastly, some positive vibes coming out of Capitol Hill as well. So there's kind of three things going on there. But we broke out, right? We were in a long-term consolidation range. I mean, we were just kind of cruising around that 62,000 to 66,000 level. And then boom, we had a pretty significant breakout. 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row. And then we had a doji kind of a pause. Everyone's kind of taking a pause right now, and that could be interpreted as price happiness, or it could also be interpreted as a potential turnaround doji. But that didn't happen. Today we're back up. I have a nice big green candle here. We keep hitting that 80,000 level right now. Previous week's high, I remember, was 79,905. Now, if you kind of look a little bit higher on the daily chart here, we had this old area of resistance. I drew a rectangle. Again, I don't think resistance is one number. I think it's an area, especially in the futures markets. And we kind of drag that area across, right? So the bottom of my rectangle right there is at 82,230, give or take a couple ticks, all the way up to the top of that wick right here. That was resistance then, and it's resistance now. And so that's corresponds to previous quarter's highs, 83,195 on the upside. So that's a target right now. The question is, if we get to the target, then what happens? Are sellers going to push us back out? Push us back down or not. The other thing is everybody who's long here may be looking to take profit at some point as well. So we got to keep that in mind. Intraday, this is a 30-minute candle chart up here right now. This takeoff happened 4 a.m. After the London IB, boom, we kind of exploded back up here. We took out R2 to the upside. High watermark here was 81,020. Not a lot of targets on the upside. R3, which is a rare event, but it could happen. That's at 82,260. And above that, that 0DTE put support at 83,000 is another target should we catch a bid again. Right now, we retraced out substantially, 50%, maybe a little bit more, all the way back down. We tested that session VWAP up here. That's that white line here. And we tested it. Buyers did keep us above that. So we are above that, and we are above previous sessions highs as well so far. So we'll see if this is just a casual retracement today and we're going to get a bid again, or if we're ready to kind of pause again and maybe produce a sideways pattern here going forward. Let's really quickly take a look at the NASDAQ. I know we're going to talk about stock indexes a lot today. We do have Farm coming up for Tape Talk, and I'm sure we're going to get into some heavy-duty details there with that. But let's just look at what happened overnight, because we did have gaps up in the equity markets across the board overnight, but then this gap got filled. So we gapped up from the Globex close to the Globex open. There's only 1 hour there. And that was, as Craig described, probably during the conference call with Jensen, CEO Jensen. Rally continued all the way through the Asian IB, and then that was that. When the Asian IB ended, forget about it. We kind of sold back off, filled the gap, and then just kind of went sideways here. We just kind of, we zigged and zagged, highs and lows. Probably pretty good trading, actually, to be honest with you. I mean, overnight, the volume for the micros, as an example, 800,000 contracts traded in the micros. So that was a big number. And right now we're sitting on VWAP. We're sitting on this session volume weighted average price. The volume profile on the big NASDAQ contract is very immature right now. We do have a point of control that's right by that VWAP, but I'm not going to lean into that till we get more volume in here and we can see a better picture on the profile right now. But we are trading in the value area right now, right in the middle, probably waiting for the bell to ring. 0DT call resistance is going to be a big deal for me, 29,500. Below that, we have JAX 2 at 29,400. We're only at 48% of the 34-day average range. So it's a good start, but there's potential both to the upside and downside. Pivot right now is at 29,322, give or take a couple ticks. And then that high vol level, which is super important, is down here at 29,775. Should we get a bit to the upside? We have R2 framing the top of the conversation in that one-day max by MenthorQ. Approximately 29,756. That is this morning's Edge Report. Let's go back to the panel. Oh boy, what are we looking at? What are we up against today again?
Well, you just showed us
right,
everything.
We're looking at initial jobless claims survey as 208,000, prior to 206,000. We've been coming in this range for weeks now, and continuing claims survey is 1.792 million. Prior was 1.799 million. So this is not going to be a market mover unless we get some outside number to the upside or the downside, in my opinion.
I blame the gig economy.
That is what everybody's saying. And by the way, when you were doing an edge report, we just had some news come across the wire on fertilizer. Apparently, fertilizer companies are revving up their engines, unveiling plans for 2 new big plants in the United States to boost supplies. So,
Got it. Well, I'll keep the Nasdaq up on the screen. I have one eye. I'm squinting at the bond market still. 1010, 02, 30 seconds. Not a lot of movement there. So we'll see if this thing does anything at all. It's almost an afterthought now. This is a weekly number, right, Shay?
Yeah, it is. But I don't know. Everybody's still. It's an important number if it comes in outsized number. So we'll see.
We want something hot.
You want something hot?
Well, we want something. We need some movement, man. We need a two-way tape. We need to get busy.
I don't know. We've been around this 200,000 number for I don't know how many weeks now, and it came in at 203. Little bit lower than expected, and continuing claims 1.778 million. So it's not,
Nothing burger.
Nothing.
It's a big nothing burger.
In line.
Craig, you seen anything in between the lines?
There's nothing between the lines. You really have to squint in order to find something between the lines here. So, but I think to Blake's point, the gig economy, I think, has destroyed this indicator as an important weekly indicator, because so many people now, when they are laid off, just go become Uber or Lyft drivers, and if you do that, you cannot claim unemployment insurance. And so there's, these numbers are just they don't tell the whole picture anymore about the labor market, and so they've a little bit. Less important for sure.
100%.
Yeah, until we start seeing like mass layoffs, just with big companies around the globe, this number is just not gonna move the needle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, great start to the morning, you guys. Appreciate you as usual, Craig. I will see you at 12 in the Discord channel. Looking forward to that with you and Samantha. So thank you and good luck on that.
Sounds good.
Blake, as usual, great seeing you. I'm going to see you again tomorrow, right? Or no?
Yeah, you're going to see me again tomorrow. And by the way, great picture you pulled up on social media yesterday. That was awesome. I forgot about that one.
I love that. I love that. All right, man. Well, Blake, take care. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Appreciate you as well.
Yes, sir.
Me and Shai have a little bit of work to do right now. So, man, great morning. Great start so far. We'll see what happens when the bell rings. But we have a fantastic lineup today. Let's go over that because there's a lot of stuff cooking today. We'll start with Melody Wright is going to be with us. We'll do a proper introduction in a second. Farm's going to be with us for Tape Talk. We have Desiano and Rosado, 2 Italian guys, trading the open. And then Midday Markets are going to be joined by Nick, another Italian guy. And then Jack Gleason, and then Tape Talk. That's Midday Market. And remember, Craig, Shapiro, Samantha at 12 o'clock. Trade the Close with Christian, Leo the Big Cat, and Selma. And then a special Develop Your Edge. We'll talk more about that in a second. Develop Your Edge with the one and only Merritt Black. So it's going to be a long, busy day today, and we're really looking forward to it. So Shai, tell us about our next guest.
Melody Wright is a real estate analyst, writes a lot about real estate, commercial real estate, everything about real estate. We had numbers come in yesterday, so excited to talk to her because we haven't really talked about the housing market lately.
All right, let's bring her in. There she is. Melody, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. Thank you for being with us this morning. We greatly appreciate it.
You are welcome. I'm a little sick, but I'm here.
That's all right. So, Melody, will my 20-something-year-old kids ever be able to get a mortgage?
Yes, I do believe they will be able to. It's going to take some time. It's going to take a little bit of time, but we're getting closer, and we're really starting to see deterioration in terms of delinquency. And so as those foreclosure sales increase even more from here, the national story is going to change, and everybody's going to be aware of, the issues that we've been seeing in California, Texas, Florida. You're already seeing some cities in the Midwest and Northeast roll over as well. But yes, your kids will at some point.
So we had the MBA data out yesterday. Looks like mortgage applications continuing to fall. We've got mortgage rates back up again, right? We were, before the Iran war, we were at least just under 6. We're now 6.78%.
Right.
We've got
second. Yeah.
we have refinance activity declining. So what is this telling us about housing market, and how does that affect the broader economy?
Yeah. So, the housing market is completely frozen, and you can see, we got new home sales this week, and they were abysmal. And you can, and we've got this really upside down market where actually the new home median sales price is much lower than the existing home price. So you have a lot of stubborn sellers who have been rage delisting off the housing, off the listing sites because they can't get the prices that they want. And so Redfin has, been out saying that if we have more sellers than buyers than they ever have seen in their series going back to 2012. So it's a frozen housing market. The only people that are transacting are those that are a little excited about the stock market, places that are hot like San Francisco, because people were really excited about those IPOs, not so much anymore. But as we come into kind of the back half of the year, what we're seeing is that those guardrails that went on the government programs last year this time are now, the pig is coming through the python. And so we've seen foreclosure sales and starts up double digits year over year. And that's just going to continue throughout the year because delinquency in mortgage is seasonal. And this is, and we had unseasonal delinquency this year. So probably by Q1, people are going to be talking about foreclosures.
That's not good. Why is there a differential? There seems to be a differential now developing between starts and permitting. Is that a normal phenomenon, or is there something special there?
Yeah, I have to tell you guys that kind of like we think the weekly claims number is useless, based on my work into how these numbers are compiled, who's filling them out, who's not filling them out, and then going out on the road and seeing the reality. To me, they've been broken for probably 5 years. So I just don't even pay attention to them anymore. Sorry. but, I can tell you what I'm seeing out there is you're definitely starting to see some of these projects halting. People are not able to refinance, and the builders, reported non-seasonally 10 months of supply. And I can tell you that's probably understated by 25% because what they do is they don't get that final certificate of occupancy because they don't want to pay taxes on a house until they're really going to sell that property. So things are much worse than what you're seeing out there. So much happening under the surface, but everybody's going to be aware by the end of this year, beginning of next year, of what's going on.
And
sorry,
I don't.
That's okay.
I feel like it's like we haven't talked about commercial real estate in a while.
Oh,
because,
goodness.
Kind of after COVID, that was just, has that come back at all, or is that, still a frightening place?
Come back. Yeah, no, it has not. It's come back in a different way than what you were kind of inferring. Basically, so, we've been talking about the debt maturity wall since 2022. You guys remember extend and pretend, stay alive till 25. But what people didn't realize is that in all of that debt, there was extension options. And in fact, everybody got told you need to extend these loans. But now what we've got is the largest hard debt maturity wall in Q3 and Q4. And you're seeing multifamily operators blow up left and right. And I've been digging into these multifamily securitizations, and they are a dumpster fire. So it's coming. And but I think that the story has been a lot about office. It's the splashy headlines. But in reality, multifamily is 2.3 trillion of the 5 trillion in commercial real estate debt out there. And I believe that is, when the story is over, that is what we will be writing about.
No, that sounds scary. Is
Sorry.
there, yeah. Is there? Do you see regional differences? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Tracy's hometown of St. Louis is reportedly the most affordable housing in the country. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, what are the regional? There seems to be some regional variations going on.
Yeah, big regional variations. And so really we have been seeing prices come down in Texas, Florida, and California for over 18 months. And they are the largest housing markets. But and you can also see in Atlanta and other big southern states, all of these Sunbelt states that really overbuilt. That's in the combination of also areas that have large institutional investors who are now fire selling. As soon as those leases are up, they're selling them because they can no longer cash flow. And in fact, I got invited to kind of be part of some program to match institutionals with mom and pops. Anyway, so this is happening, and that's impacting certain cities as well. But the Northeast remains kind of what I would call delusional, and because they have not accepted their demographic reality, and and also the Northeast is a very big or low owner occupancy area, meaning there's a ton of investors, and so and those are typically your boomers, and as they're aging out, they're going to need to sell, and so it's really a matter of time for the Northeast to come to this realization. And Boston, for instance, and some areas like Pittsburgh, they are starting to roll over with and see enormous inventory builds in Boston in particular. And then the Midwest is still riding on the data center story. And I've really been out there saying recently that once we realize that we can't fulfill these promises for all these data centers, either due to a lack of power or water, or the fact that they can't raise the debt anymore, because there's so much of it out there. One of these two things, that when those construction workers start to come home, there's 26,000 of them in New Albany, Ohio, then that's when we're really going to see people come to a realization about this housing market. And then to Tracy, I didn't answer your earlier question about, we all know housing is a huge part of the economy and pretty much was the wealth effect that fueled a lot of this post-pandemic spending.
And so, I mean, are we going to have another, great financial crisis over this, or, is that we're going to have a spectacular blow up, or do we see this recovering at some point?
So I don't think this is going to be the start of a credit crisis. I think that likely starts with private credit, private equity, and maybe commercial real estate, because private credit came in and was a big refinancer last year. They were 25% of the commercial real estate lending market. So that could potentially, and with what I'm seeing in these multifamily securitizations, that could potentially cause some issues. The problem is we don't even know where most of this stuff is. Every time I dive into them, I find it in the most bizarre places, like the Israeli stock exchange. But I don't think it's going to be mortgage that causes some sort of credit crisis. I think that'll be something else. But yeah, this is going to go on for some time, Tracy, until really the median income can afford a median priced home. And as the boomers age out, and we know we're going to be losing, millions of them by 2030, 26 million, I believe. Charles Schwab has done a study, and about 80% of the time, if you inherit a home, you sell it. So we are going to be drowning in supply. And the NBA came out this week. It was hysterical because they've been the ones at the forefront of the housing shortage narrative. And they said, perhaps it's time that we stop thinking about the market as a shortage supply, and we have to start looking at demographics. They probably should have said that about 4 years ago, but they did not.
So going back to, are we still seeing this huge a flight from the big cities, particularly the northern cities, to Texas, Montana, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida? Is that slowing down? I mean, what I'm experiencing here in Charleston is an infrastructure constraint. There's no public transportation. The roads aren't made for it. At a certain point, people are going to say, I can't do it anymore.
Oh, yes. And it's already happened. So we had the lowest number of relocations in 25 since people were tracking tracking it. So this is all slowed down. You've already had people though go back from the halfback states, like you're saying, Jim, that because that's exactly what people did. Like I saw this everywhere I went, that they didn't build the infrastructure to support it, and the traffic, all of it. It's just a nightmare everywhere you go. It's an infestation. And so, honestly, oh, sorry, I lost your question. I think this medicine's getting to my head.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's just, I go to the meetings.
Oh,
and
the moving. Sorry.
Yeah.
No. So it's slowed down significantly, but I do think that, I talk to someone probably once or twice a week, a retiree or soon to retire, that wants to know about Tennessee, et cetera. I do believe you're going to continue to see the outmigration from these cities like Boston. 2 years in a row raised property taxes double digits. And so yes, you're going to continue to see the migration, but it has slowed significantly. And what a lot of people didn't realize about that first migration wave to the South, it was actually temporary, a lot of it. Hospitality workers, construction workers, things like that. And so you're already seeing a lot of these places emptying out to some degree. But yes, I think the relocation will continue.
Yeah. Shai, we're almost out of time, but any last thoughts for Melody?
So what are you specifically focused on right now? So if we're looking at the housing market, what should we be, focused on as far as, looking for signs of problems?
Yeah. I think that United Wholesale was a good first shot across the bow. There's always some redheaded stepchild that leads this stuff. So you're about to see mortgage companies, the non-banks, Rocket, Freedom, PennyMac, they're all going to be coming under significant stress, new res, because of this increase in delinquency. So right now I'm super focused on delinquency. What I'm seeing there is concerning. What I'm seeing in my own client books right now between July and August, I don't even want to say out loud until I get confirmation. So that's what I'm really watching is delinquency and inventory. I believe we will probably start to see inventory climb again in the fall after Labor Day, because people are going to start to get nervous about what they're seeing with these foreclosure sales, because the inventory is out there. It's just not listed because people can't get the prices they want.
Yeah. Wow. Great stuff, Melody. Really appreciate you being here with us this morning on NinjaTrader Live. Looking forward to talking to you again someday soon.
Thank you guys so much. It's my pleasure.
Thank you.
Another example of a great subject matter expert guest who I wish we had like at least 2 more hours with.
Absolutely. I hope this does make housing prices come down, though. But, we'll see.
Well, we'll see. I'm not moving anywhere. I'm good. Any event, Shai, great start to the morning, and I will talk to you later and see you in chat. Time for Tape Talk with Farm. There he is. How you doing, buddy?
Morning, Jim. I'm well. How about yourself?
Pretty good. You're looking good, man.
Thank you, sir. I dug up this old Ninja sweatshirt. Didn't realize I even had it anymore. That's how much of a boomer I am in the closet.
Yeah, so I have the opposite problem. I get the swag, and people come to my house, and some people who live here. I'm not gonna call any names out. They steal it. I'll be honest with you. It disappears. And it's like, oh, it's in the laundry room. No, it's not. You took it. So,
fortunately for me, nobody can steal my clothes. It's like wearing a parachute for them. My shirts, anyways, shorts. They could borrow them and put them on a toy doll or something, but not the shirt.
Oh my goodness. Let's talk about it. NVIDIA did its thing last night. He had some nice, interesting trading all night long, and now we're kind of settling back down to where we started from.
Yeah, this is interesting. Software had some good results too. I think that were received well a little bit before NVIDIA. The interesting thing to me that I'm looking at in the corner of my eye is, I'm not going to show the YM chart again, okay? I know everybody tuned out quickly when I pulled up a YM chart the other day. It's trading below yesterday's low. So it doesn't really look like some exciting, strong breadth overnight session or anything here. So hackles up a little bit. Certainly things right now look heavier than my ass after the pizza buffet, but The thing is, we talked about this. We outlined all of this yesterday morning. And now, we get the decision. Talk about that with NVIDIA. And to me, there isn't a whole lot that's changed. Can we just pull somebody from the chat to just do my segment? So we just covered it yesterday, right? Maybe Cooper. You want to come up, Coop?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Cooper types it in. I'll just say it out loud.
Little short notice for that, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, it's a box situation, right? So I mentioned this kind of box range that we had here.
Although, hang on a second, Farm, real quick. Shab's in the chat now. Maybe Shab might want to do some commentary. Let's see if we can get her to.
We should. Let's do it.
Anyway, sorry.
So yeah, it was just this box range, right? So we needed to end the week. We needed to find a clean breakaway from this primary distribution on ES. ES is a little cleaner, so I'll start there. Whether to the downside or to the upside, and that break must sustain, and it must sustain really for the rest of the week, right? So here we are putting in volume, so that's constructive, and it can look as horrible as it wants. I make jokes about it being heavier than my ass after the pizza buffet, but as long as we don't get acceptance back into this range, this is okay. And after such a large move, large gap, we can provide some allowances because basically the move happened overnight, especially on NQ, and quickly. To me, major target on ES to the upside was 46 to 49. And for NQ, of course, 669 to 696. And so, it was kind of like, what was it, Tuesday? The move had already taken place overnight. So the cash hour session ended up being trash. And this is a situation where, pretty much the move for me anyways, for today has happened. And now we digest it. So the question is going to be, and really drive everything for me today, do we find acceptance back into, let's just call it yesterday's range, right? So we'll play it as a true gap up. We can provide some allowances down to yesterday's high, maybe a quick trap lower. It's summer months, and you get a lot of those, what I call false failed breakouts in summer month trading, right? Where, you peak back below a technical area. It looks like, it's some kind of a failed breakout, and then they just plant a higher low and run it. So we'll have to be open to that. But to me, any kind of acceptance back below this 7709, 7713, yesterday's high was 5.5. That looks terrible to me. And I'd probably be looking for new lows, to be honest. So I feel like this needs to sustain. This needs to probably bid out of here pretty quickly on ES. And NQ, very similar story. You can use that overnight low there, but you've got yesterday's high and Tuesday's high as sort of key reference marks. You just don't want to see acceptance back into this primary distribution on a week where value is, for now, firmly gapping lower. That would, it'd just be a terrible look there for NQ. So that's kind of the big picture. We've got a lot of time. I'll drill into the fives and stuff, but I'll take a breath there and let you ask any follow-up questions or anything.
Yeah, no, it's funny because we had that gap up that was filled relatively quickly on both the S&P and the Nasdaq, and based on the NVIDIA event, we have another event tomorrow, 10:30. Warsh is speaking in Jackson Hole. I'm still looking for my invitation. Did you get your invitation?
No. Nothing. I got a different invitation for Friday. Wife making me a birthday dinner. So I thought that was what the big thing was on Friday. There's what's this? Who's Jackson? What about his whole?
Wait a second. It's your birthday Friday?
Yeah.
Oh,
143 or 144 this year. Yeah.
But wait, are we transitioning to Leo or are you still a Virgo?
I'm still a Virgo. Yeah.
All right. So am I. Okay, that's good. All right. Well, happy birthday, man.
Yeah. Thanks. So yeah, I don't know about today. Again, it's really all going to be about that spot. So if you go to the 5, you can map out 75.05 half, yesterday's high on ES, maybe 77.02. Like maybe we come down to yesterday's value area high for like some of those weird summer hours trap or summer days traps. Call it 96. But this needs to hold, or it needs to reclaim quickly. And then maybe we can complete this move back up to 46 to 49. I'm just going to be selling them probably for a couple of days if this move fails. And again, I'm looking over at YM, and it's like, here we go. It's well below yesterday's low. It's well below Tuesday's low. It is coming into range low somewhat soon. So like maybe it finds its feet here. But things are looking very, very heavy. So you're going to want to see things flip at the open. And we get that a lot, right? Where the overnight is single directional. And in this case, YM, I think you're going to need the non-tech stocks to find a bid. And usually or often what happens when NVIDIA is well bid, nothing else is. And so, can NVIDIA carry the market? And Q looks a little bit heavy too, as well.
Yeah.
So time to wake up, bulls, like right now, buy this right now, and drive this back towards the overnight high, I think, is going to be big. So it's really as simple as that, which we outlined yesterday. It's like, if we find acceptance back into this prior range, I'm selling them. And as long as this breakout sustains, I'm looking to be long. But again, my major target for today was 669 to 696 on NQ, and for ES 46 to 49, which didn't quite tag. So maybe this is your opportunity to get in here and run this back up. So time to wake up for the bulls. And, again, you can mark out yesterday's high, 368. What a misprint there. It was clearly 369. I'm filing a petition with TradingView for yesterday's high on NQ. And then you've got Tuesday's high or whatever, 415 or so, which broadly held, right? So as long as you don't see traction below the overnight low, if you just want to use that as a key reference, bulls are probably okay. But this 469 to 490 is really my key spot for the week. And, this weakness can be shaken off pretty readily. We can end up with a strong day. And then again, what does that do to your weekly profile? It gives you some kind of a clean double distribution profile to the upside after a failure below last week's low. You end up in some kind of, bullish hammer looking week, and things look great into next week, if that's how the week closes. We, of course, have the big day tomorrow, and everybody will be waiting to see whether I splurge on a lot of cake and add excess calories to the market and liquidity, or if I behave myself. So that's really the rest of the week, since I'll be off tomorrow. This break must sustain for the rest of the week, in my opinion.
So going back to the S&P for a second, I'm looking at the high. I'm tracking MenthorQ's gamma levels and option levels. We have a high vol level at 76.85, which is just a little bit south of yesterday's point of control on the volume profile. And for me, I feel like that could be a line in the sand, right? Once we break down there, then we got previous sessions lows, and there's all sorts of targets on the downside here. So I'm looking at that kind of value area from yesterday, saying, okay, that's really has got to hold for this thing to kind of go sideways at best. And then maybe the area between yesterday's point of control and today's point of control will start filling in with volume. I'm not sure. How does that sound as a thesis?
It sounds dirty. It sounds really dirty. For sure. Yeah, I think if you come down here, they could buy them. Again, it's summer months, like weirder stuff happens, but that would look terrible to me if we saw that. But really, in these summer months, you get a lot of these false failed breakout scenarios. But to me, I'm selling them for days. If this thing fails and doesn't end up getting a strong close back above like at least 77.09 to 77.13. So I wouldn't mind that short. You'd probably would be looking at yesterday's value area low at least. We could see if 77 to 80 bids again. But yeah, that would be nasty and dirty if we saw some kind of a deep trap that didn't end up producing meaningfully bearish results.
Got it. All right. We'll see how it goes. Did we talk about gold yet?
No, let's flip over to gold, though there's not a whole lot to say. I know there's a lot of excitement coming into this week about trading gold. It seemed to me that probably needed to digest a little bit, and I feel like that's what it's doing. I would have liked to see something a little closer to these 47.80s first, but it's fine. And I think next week's going to be more of a tell. It's why I don't really want to be short, right? Because it's been very, very constructive, but it's hard to chase this thing long. And you're getting, is this a bull flag? I don't really do that kind of thing, but it's just sort of a slow grind consolidation back to the downside. And I think next week's going to be more the tell. Next week, do we come in, we take out this week's low and break back through some of this thinner structure? Or, does this thing find its feet here, into the end of this week? I think Friday's probably going to have something to say about that, right? And do we continue this uptrend? So gold is kind of like, I guess I would probably prefer to be short, but you can see it's not these clean, nice big moves. It's choppy, grindy. slowly to the downside, and it just makes you wonder at some point if it's gonna kind of rip on you. So not super interested in really trading gold, but I do think if you get something close to this 45.78 spot, then it should bid. So that might be an area where I would look for a reactive long, at least maybe back up to where it's sitting right now. Anyways, so. No interest really in gold. I really feel like it's all about the equities because a lot of people have been ignoring them since the markets went on their tear. But I mean, big picture, again, keep in mind, we came down, we filled the NQ RTH bullish gap. ES came down and sniffed it, touched it briefly, and rallied. And, again, YM, I won't show the chart, I promise. Had come down and done the same thing. It sniffed its gap, it rallied. It came down, it filled its gap, it rallied. And then it ended up puking down through its RTH bull gap. And it's actually sitting right now back at the bottom of its RTH bull gap. It had a fantastic rally after that puke. And remember, that puke was a breakdown of the August 3rd trend day. We don't know if that's in store still for ES and NQ, but there's been a lot of similarities there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a weird. It's odd. Things have changed. At the end of August, from my birthday through Labor Day, it was a dead, nothing burger. Nothing ever happened. Forget about it. Go on vacation. One last trip to the Upper Peninsula with the fam, and then go back to school. This year feels a little bit different. On any given Sunday, man, something could happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the market's definitely been a little bit on pins and needles here, I think, lately. And, a lot of people expecting, some kind of a September correction. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. I think today has a lot to do with that, right? If we close this week strong after holding this, kind of gap up, then maybe you're not selling them for a little while. Maybe it's something like October or later September. So big day today. We could end up selling them for days, or this could be constructive into next week for a larger move higher.
All right, all right. Farm, appreciate you as usual, man. Happy birthday, my fellow Virgo. I love it. Enjoy your weekend. Hopefully the family will take care of you and you'll have a great time.
Thank you, sir. We'll see you next week.
All right. All right, another great start in the morning. We're ready, I do believe, for a very special Trade the Open. All right, we're not going to speak Italian, you guys. We're going to speak English today. But we have Vincent Desiano with us and Carmine Rosado. Carmine, I might have called you Carmen last time because I have a Carmen in my family, and it just kind of came out. So, but we got that corrected, man. Thanks for being here.
It's all good. Is it spelled the same way?
I'm sorry?
Is it spelled the same way, Carmine, or no? Is it a different spelling?
It's about, well, now that you mention it, I think it's spelled the same way. So I don't know. He's all right. But
It's all
anyway,
good.
yeah, it's all good. Well, thank you guys for being here.
Right?
Yeah. No, we appreciate you guys being here for sure. Last week was awesome. Looking forward to an awesome week, awesome show today. Let's kind of talk about what we're looking at. Let's start with you, Vincent. What are you looking at in the markets today?
So nice move, but there's a lot of buts out there today that I think traders need to be aware of. First thing that I'm concerned about is this last Wednesday high on the NASDAQ around 660 to 700. That's rejecting very clearly. On the QQQ ETF, same spot around that 720, 719. So I'm cautious of this push and this gap up, sort of rejecting at that equal high there. The only thing that needs to be done today, that the bulls just need to get done today, is a higher low above this Tuesday high. We have a Tuesday high on Qs at 714 to 715. We have a higher low on the NASDAQ at around 29,370, 29,420. We need to maintain above that Tuesday high in every situation. There's no situation where if we fail back under that Tuesday high, I think you're going to give back this whole move. So that has to become a higher low today. As the previous speaker was saying, it's the bulls. They have to do it now. They have to maintain this high. And that's going to be my main focus. Is there a trade that sets up off that pullback? Is there a long that sets up off a retracement back into that Qs level and that SPY retest around 715, 714? And the only other thing I'm focusing on, which I think is a little bit of maybe even a more interesting watch, is the IGV. The IGV is the software ETF. This is strong because of CRM and CrowdStrike earnings yesterday. This could be a better spot today than looking for the maybe overcrowded semiconductor trade, maybe a little bit of software outperformance, CrowdStrike, PANW, ServiceNow, and surrounding software names. This is another thing that I'll be watching. But yeah, overall, the bulls have a chance today, and they need to get it done, because if we fail back inside this range from earlier this week, it's not going to be pretty, in my opinion. So that's what I'm watching.
Wow, you and Farmer on the same wavelength on that one. Appreciate that. Carmine, what are you thinking, man?
Yeah, I'm pretty much agreeing with both of them as well. I mean, it's really kind of make or break for it today. It could go really either way. It's really going to depend on what happens when that bell rings. Kind of just having all these levels that these guys have marked out. I mean, for me specifically, I'm approaching today kind of with I call it my balanced rules, but the market for the pretty much the past week has been fairly flat. And now today, overnight, we're getting that breakout above that range. So like Vince said, that previous, specifically on the S&P, it's the main thing that I watch. That previous, I call it balance range high. I'm going to actually make my charts a little bigger here. That previous balance range high is now going to be very important for bulls who are buying this breakout to start defending and find some support in it. Now, we came into it pretty much perfectly overnight. And now the market's attempting to make a higher low off of this. I am also watching a break under 77.04 as a potential signal as well, because 77.04.05 is the regular trading hours high from yesterday. So I'll make that just general range around 77.14 on ES to about 77.03 as a potential pullback level that bulls, for me, need to do everything to kind of defend these levels. Because like Vince said, if the market comes back under and inside of this range, it's going to get really sticky. It could maybe even lead to a lot more consolidation. This, to me, I know Vince calls his areas no trade zones, but for me, under this green box right here is kind of like a no trade zone for me, because the market for the past week inside of this range has really done nothing. So today's really about gauging how well buyers initiate above the previous balance range, and whether they do initiate, that's going to lead to a lot more upside. If they don't initiate and they fail to do so, it's going to kind of move us back into the range, and we may find price trading in a no trade zone for me.
Yeah. All right. Everyone's thinking in the same way here. I love it. I appreciate that. Real quickly, though, I do want to mention to everybody that's listening to us today, special event today, 4 p.m. East Coast time, after the bell rings. Special Develop Your Edge. There he is. There's that good-looking guy. Merritt Black is going to be with us, using profiles to determine bias and trade location. So stick around after the bell. Bring your Q&As. We're going to take Q&As on the fly. Talked to Merritt a couple days ago. He is going to be ready to go with a great discussion on this. So hopefully we'll see you guys there. All right, you guys. Well, I'm going to dip in the chat. You guys got to do all the heavy lifting going forward here, and I wish you both the best of luck on any trades you may or may not take.
Thanks, Jim.
Appreciate it. How's it going? How was the
What
city?
up, Vince?
Were you at the stock exchange yesterday?
I was, yes. Pretty interesting experience, but honestly, it was pretty boring. I'm not gonna lie.
It was very quiet. Yep. It's not as
Yeah.
exciting as you think.
It's interesting to see just like the evolution. Like I just look at like pit trading back in the 80s, 90s, and just like how things just evolved. And I don't even see a need for guys. Like this is the one question that I had is like, what's the need for the guys to go there and work from the exchange? Like,
Yeah, there's not much need for it. It's mostly all computers. The Nasdaq is fully. I don't think there's anyone on the Nasdaq floor. I think Peter said it's fully computerized.
yeah. So I was asking one of the guys, one of the market makers yesterday, and everything is automated except the only manual trading is in the first half hour and then the last 2 hours or last hour, and then everything else is automated. I
Wow.
mean, some guys are playing Angry Birds on their phone at 10:15. I'm like, one guy was eating peanuts out of the shell and throwing them on the floor.
Yeah, I
I,
saw a lot of, I saw a lot of thinker swim charts as well too. I don't know if you noticed that.
yeah,
I saw a lot of thinker swim charts. I think I saw one trading view chart as well on the screens. But
yeah.
overall, interesting experience.
They had like tons of moving averages, RSI, like probably like 10 moving averages on their charts, which was pretty interesting. But
Yeah. What do you think about today? Just got to
uh,
hold this higher
I
low.
mean, listen, every day I've been waking up kind of optimistic, and my hopes have been shattered every single day
Yeah,
this month, pretty much. So,
that's exactly. Yeah, you wake up every day, you put in the work, and then you see it go sideways the entire afternoon. Today has a
exactly.
chance though, and the last time we were on this live stream on Thursday, it was a nice day. So maybe it's a every other Thursday is a big day on the markets.
For sure. Yeah, I
But
think
yeah,
we're watching
no,
pretty much the same thing today, no?
yeah, exactly. I think your level is a little bit lower. I think you're including that
Yeah, I'm like oh
7703.
04s. I'm just
Yeah,
including that to be yesterday's high, regular
I
trading hours high.
yeah, I probably should extend it down to there. I have '07, which is
It's about the same price
yeah,
level.
I think I just grabbed the overnight low here at '07, and I don't want
Yeah.
to see it lose that. So anything between 7 and 14 is what I have. On the SPY ETF, it's for you guys that are trading SPY, 767.50 to around 768. Um, on the Qs, you're a little bit outperforming on the Qs today. You're not quite back into that demand. I wouldn't mind seeing a live tap of 714 today on the Qs. I really think you might want to see us get into there as on intraday trading. Really, right now, your retests on the Qs of this Tuesday high are just from overnight session. So wouldn't mind maybe a little bit of a pullback into that 714, some kind of a reversal long out of that zone today. That's definitely one of my top trade ideas. Over 720 on the Qs, very big breakout potential. You have a gap to fill above on the QQQ actually. So if you do get above this 720 on Qs today, there's a gap to fill to the upside, Carmine. I don't know if you've been
Yeah,
watching
yeah.
that. So it could get pretty wild to the upside to fill this gap up to really like 728, 730, which would be a huge move, but we just got to get this we got to get this done. We got to get the bulls to hold here and create a higher low above this. It's pretty much exactly at 720 Qs would be the spot that I would be looking at today.
You watching anything on S&P?
The SPY for the SPY, it's like right at 771, 770.50. Above that, I would probably look to trade that into the Wednesday high of last week, which is it's like 772.50 to 772. And then where's that gap start on the SPY? That gap starts on the SPY. And we actually don't have the gap on the SPY. I think it got filled. Yeah, that
Yeah.
SPY gap did get filled. So we don't have that gap on the SPY, but over 768 on the SPY, which we're above today. If we can hold that, I like the upside. We need to see this hold come in. And I would not be surprised. No one should be surprised if this market gives back Nvidia earnings move. That should no longer be a shock to anyone. That's
Yeah.
that's something we've seen as traders plenty of times. So I think we just got to be careful. Other big thing to watch today is the DRAM. This is definitely important for the Nasdaq and the upside continuation. The DRAM is the memory ETF. This is up against a big level today. DRAM is up against this 60 to 59 area. If this rejects, this is not a pretty spot to fail. So I would be cautious here. The DRAM really needs to break. It's actually building a really sick flag here, which is not typically what I trade, but that is a really nice looking flag on the DRAM. Big breakout yesterday on Nvidia earnings. If this can continue, if DRAM can get a bid today, that's going to be what drives the Nasdaq higher. Memory, MU, SNDK, WDC, all these memory names. So that's definitely something I'm going to be just checking in on throughout the day to decide what I think.
I have a gap on ES. I know you say you don't see it on SPY, but if I take off extended hours,
Yeah.
77 65 from the 17th. We had that gap down on the
Let
18th
me see here.
overnight.
Let me go on my.
I don't know how to take off extended hours on this chart, but
No,
uh,
I think I have it. Let me see.
it's on ES. If you just take off extended hours, you'll see a gap there, 77.65 from the 17th into the 18th. Definitely a long ways to go, but
Yeah, I have that gap, but I have the 19th candle filled it. Did it not?
so I mark my gaps from the 4 o'clock bell, not the data after that or like the overnight session. So as soon if I take off extended hours, I'll see everything
Uh-huh.
from 9:30 to 4, and I'll mark the low. In this case, it
Got it.
closed. Uh, so like we have all this extra data here from until the 4:30 mark,
Yep.
5 o'clock mark. I don't mark that, but I think it would have filled it. Yeah, it would have filled it if we mark it from there, but I don't count overnight levels
Got it. Okay.
personally.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's been funny. Me and Amped is a guy in my group, have always talked about like, and I don't know, this may be a poll for the traders in the chat. Do we trade adjust for contract change levels, or do we trade non-adjusted? What do you do, Carmine? Because do you adjust for the rollover, or do you keep it non-adjusted?
I keep it non-adjusted and I'll manually change any of my levels. So we have
Yeah.
we got rollover coming up what, less than a month, right? Maybe like 2, 3
Yeah.
weeks.
Yep.
Yeah, so like if I have a specific level that formed at 7,700, let's just say,
Mhm.
and the difference between the September to December contracts is like 65 points, I'll manually add or subtract 65 points to
Got it.
that level that I had at 7,700 on the spot month.
Got it.
But
Yeah,
it
I've
gets
always
so
seen
confusing
it.
around.
It really does, and it makes it hard for like us that share analysis. Like it's like they're like, oh, this doesn't make nothing lines up, and I'm like, yeah, I know it sucks, nothing lines up.
Yeah,
Especially TradingView and TOS also have their differences at times around these adjustments, which is
yeah.
very annoying.
And it just
But
brings a lot of confusion.
I've always traded contract adjusted, and if it's I don't know. I feel like I've had success with the levels respecting, but
Yeah.
at the same time, I think the way that I adjust for the adjustment is the SPY and the Qs,
Mm,
because the SPY and the Qs don't have any type of adjustment, and you can see where the discrepancies are when you compare the S&P to the SPY typically.
mm.
Sort of interesting. What do we got in the chat? Non-adjusted, adjusted creates prices that never actually traded. That is true. Yeah, it's adjusting higher. Morning, Lito. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, so pretty much at the open, my main focus is as long as we remain above the 77 like oh 03 mark, I'm looking for any signs of strong buying volume to get long. Target around the 77.30s, 77.35s, depending on where my entry is. And
Yep.
then even the pre-market highs around like the 41s on ES. That's
Yeah,
only if
I
buyers
like the
go up.
ES long more than the Nasdaq, because the ES is actually into that demand zone. The Qs is still sort of just levitating above it in the center point of this channel. But I know you're, just an ES trader, so yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
It's a
I don't
good
know.
spot.
We got to take what the market gives us. It's crazy because every single day I'm waking up and I'm like, all right, today's going to be the day. Today's the day that we're going to get some volatility back. We're going to get a breakout. And then the hopes just get crushed.
I mean, looking at this chart on the 30-minute, there is absolutely no way this is not, this is exactly like what the market's doing is exactly what you need to go higher. It's exactly what you need, right? Like there's no question. You need to hold these previous highs, Friday and Tuesday highs. It's
Yep.
exactly what you're looking for to go up. That's exactly the high or low you need. Now the question is, will it do it? But like it's lined up. The chance is there for sure, and it's absolutely the right look. But
For
let's
sure.
use our intraday price action reads to decide whether that is staying strong.
Yeah, one of the things that I look for, I'm gonna draw my charts here. One of the things that I look for when the market's like trading this way, and it doesn't really matter the time frame that it happens in, but after the market makes this like balanced range where we just consolidate, whether it takes a day, 5 days, a month, even 5 minutes in an intraday session, when we get that eventual breakout of the range, right? So we
Yep.
break out above like the highs. These guys who are initiating above this range ideally would then on a pullback. It doesn't have to be exactly at the previous highs, but we want to see on this pullback some significant signs of buyers supporting this move passively, showing that whoever's initiating the break out of the balance and maybe now forming an imbalance shows some initiation for more upside. And this happens, on a 5 minute chart, 1 minute chart, or even like a monthly chart. It's just a pattern of balance. And the market's kind of doing this now in the past week where we have the period where we drop, we consolidate, and now we're getting the breakout. So now the question mark from which we need to get an answer for today that we don't currently have an answer for yet, but the answer when it does appear will potentially provide us with a setup. Is do buyers accept this move out and do they continue to initiate new long positions out of the range? If we could do so, then maybe an imbalance is coming.
Yep, spot on. Pretty much, it's the break and retest for me, right? That's how I look at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Break the highs, retest the highs, defend the highs, defend the previous highs as new lows. And once I feel like I have a confirmation that these previous highs right here and right here are turning into new lows, then I have my confirmation to look for a long entry, and I'm using that as my risk.
Yep.
So yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I definitely would not mind that long today at this zone. I totally agree with you.
We shall see.
We shall see. Last Thursday was night. Oh, not two Thursdays ago.
And honestly, usually like a rule of thumb for me too is that if the market fails to do what I just said or what we're just saying,
Mhm.
like trading in the middle of the now old balance range is like not a high probability setup for me, even if this thing dumps. But it would be safe to assume if the market finds acceptance back into the range and we do not accept outside, which we're currently trying to accept outside, it's usually the case where we'll then go test the lower portion of the range of last week, sub 76.80, 76.60s.
Oh yeah, I
So,
mean, I would totally. If we fail back below these highs here, we probably will trade back down to it. I would say at least previous day low,
yeah.
and then possibly back into the 60s. I agree. That would be that's the most bearish thing possible today is a failure back below these highs.
Right.
Turn this back into a. I mean, if we see something like this happen today, and we sort of fail it, retest it, turn it back into a lower high, that's a very ugly thing.
Yeah.
That would be a really aggressive short side move
The
because
hard thing
everyone
that
that's long here is going to be
oh
underwater.
yeah, for sure. The
Yep.
hard problem that I have with that though is that I don't really like trading in the middle of the range.
Yeah. Well, the other hard thing you need to pay attention to here as an S&P trader is that if the S&P broke this low today or broke below these highs, the NASDAQ would still be above it. And if you look at this, right, look at the NASDAQ. So that's where those traps typically get set. If that S&P breaks, if this NASDAQ is just here at these highs and that holds, that's when the NASDAQ bounces and the S&P traps in the middle of the range, right, and moves back higher.
Oh yeah.
So that happens a lot when there's a discrepancy because there's a pretty big discrepancy. If you look at the S&P today, you're trading at Tuesday's highs right now, right? Like if you look at price, it's sitting at the same price as Tuesday's highs. If you look at the NASDAQ, Tuesday's highs on the NASDAQ are down at 400. We're trading at 550 still. So we're 150 points above Tuesday highs on NASDAQ. That's a big difference in the ES. So if you trade lower today and the ES is maybe, say, center point of the range, if the NASDAQ is at the retest level here, that's possibly you're long on the NASDAQ and maybe an ES trap back to the top, back to the upside. So that's something I always look for is like see how those are sort of discrepant at times.
Yeah.
Or, right, instead of, using that information, you could just wait for, my favorite trade is if the ES fails back in this range, if it reclaims back into it, back above it, that's probably the most bullish thing you could do. So it's like a reclaim long back above these highs. I love to look for that as well. So we shall see. A lot of theses and things to look for today that are pretty clear. We just have to see if they set up properly. Yeah, so let's look at some equities, for me at least. Once again, SpaceX is something that I'm sort of watching a little bit today. SpaceX is sort of doing a very similar a thing to what the market's doing, which is basically creating higher lows above a key previous rejection point. So this is a nice higher low above previous highs on SpaceX. Going to be watching that a little bit today. Let's take a look at NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is the driving force of a lot of this upside. NVIDIA is up into some major previous 4-hour supply here. So this is this is definitely something to be aware of today. If NVIDIA cannot, hold up this move and starts to continue to fail at these highs here on the 4-hour, could just sort of keep things a little bit slow, maybe, right? Not really giving us that upside continuation. I think as long as NVIDIA can maintain itself, we're good. You don't want to see NVIDIA give back this entire move, that's for sure. But right now it is definitely rejecting supply. So NVIDIA is at a big rejection point. SMH is also hitting up into some rejection points. The semiconductor ETF is up into like this 580 supply. So gonna have to keep an eye on the semis to see how strong they are. Something that I would be watching for the gold traders out there is the 200 daily moving average on GC, which is basically where we're sitting today. So we are sitting right on the daily 200 on GC, and we're also getting very close to the daily 200 on GLD ETF down at 414. So not a bad gold pullback to be looking for at the 200 daily moving average. Could be a nice spot. Yeah, go ahead. So it looks like we're getting a little pop out of this demand spot. Palantir, yeah, Palantir, CrowdStrike, definitely strong ones today, guys, for sure. That's that software strength, right? IGV strength looks fantastic, man. I love the IGV higher low here. Look at this. This looks really good. Look at this IGV higher low today. That's a really clean looking higher low right there. You got previous highs, right? Previous high, into low. Really clear. If IGV can maintain there, you're going to get software continuation today. Palantir, possibly. Microsoft is probably a great watch on that. Microsoft is also holding above this very clear previous high here. This looks clean. So, yeah, I would say hot spot outside of the semis today, if you don't want to be watching that, maybe overcrowded semiconductor move, would be the software sector. I really like it. I think your best long on GC is back into 4,600. That to me is a better long today. The daily 200 could keep it higher though, which you can already see is starting to defend, as you can see right here. So it's really nice daily 200, but I like 4,600 as the best long. And you just ripped on IGV, okay? ES is holding demand.
Let's see.
Yeah, the problem I have with this today, Carmine, is I'm not sure I'm going to be that interested in trying to find. I really am not. I like the retest or the reclaim longs more than I like pullback longs lately.
Yeah. So you're probably you were watching for more so a breakdown and then a reclaim, a black
Yeah,
back below that
well,
range.
that or even just I almost would like to just long above the highs at 46, but
Wow.
I'm not a fan of pullback longs in the current environment. They don't seem to be. I mean, today could change it though, right? But lately, pulling back into demand has not resulted in that lucrative of a bounce, right? You get maybe like sure, you're into demand, but what do you go? You go 10 points and you go right back into the lows.
True.
So we're gonna have to see if pullback longs are a real thing today or not, because They have not been that lucrative lately. And while demands hold, they like, as you can see recently, they weren't really providing continuation. So let's see. We open in 1 minute.
I don't think anything's really been that lucrative. The market's really done
Oh man,
nothing.
don't get me started.
It's interesting because this has been an environment where it's like really a lot risk off for me. But there's gonna be a day, whether it's today or even like whatever, tomorrow, next week, next month, that we're gonna have a significant day that changes things. And
Yeah.
like that transition day is so key to then
Mm-hmm.
see if whatever occurs continues to occur rather
Yep.
than does something change but then stop and we get the same action we're seeing. So I don't know, maybe
Character
it's
change.
today. Like I said, I'm always optimistic, but my optimism has been shut down every day.
Yeah, Palantir pushing strong, IGV holding strong.
30 seconds here.
Yep.
Good luck, everybody. One thing to always remember is have a plan, follow the plan, keep your emotions out of it best as possible, and most importantly, manage your risk. Regardless of the trade you're opening, always manage risk and always put your risk first.
Love it.
Let's see.
All right. Let's see it. TSM ripping. Palantir already hit our target, 182. IGV strong to start. Software strong to start. NVIDIA pushing strong. It's a good hold so far, this demand zone on ES. Yeah, software is the strongest to start. IGV, absolutely. DRAM memory is actually your weakest sector to start. Oof, AMD's getting smoked. Yeah, I don't like AMD going straight down like that. That doesn't look very good for strength on the semiconductors. Yeah, AMD's getting hit. Oof, okay, NASDAQ big flip.
Yeah, for sure.
Holy shit. All right, let's see if we can get this pullback now. I could be interested in an aggressive pullback into 714 Qs.
Testing yesterday's high here. Regular trading hours high.
Mm-hmm. IGV still strongest sector of the day, still going up. Palantir rejecting. What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA remaining very strong. That's interesting. Something to watch.
We're testing yesterday's high.
Yeah, if NVIDIA stays strong, this could bounce the overall market.
This over here. Kind of like this holding yesterday's high really well.
Yeah, I like the reclaim potential here. I wish the Nasdaq would have went lower. Qs are holding daily 20. Broadcom ripping. I would like to see Nasdaq at the 420s. $420s, 370s. Yeah, this Qs is going to come back down. This is 714. Nvidia just got hit. I'm not sure I'm going to find confidence along this market if Nvidia is rejecting supply. I don't know if there's a possible long to even think about if Nvidia is rejecting this high. I would be careful buying this pullback, actually. I would think twice, because this is not good. If this is driving lower, that's not going to... The Nasdaq will not bounce if Nvidia is going down like this. This has to find support. Possibly previous day high. So there's still potential bounce spots here, but I would like to see some Nvidia ability to hold. Okay, that Q's just hit 715 on the dot. That's interesting. No strength on Nvidia yet. You're starting to hold PDH on NASDAQ futures, though, and daily 50. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's exactly where... Nope, that's not where we're at. Oh, actually. Yeah, PDH NASDAQ futures. You are back into the NASDAQ demand I was looking for. Very close to it. You know, something I've done lately, Carmine, is if you're under VWAP, I rarely look to long anymore.
Oh, yeah?
Something I've changed in my trading lately. Now, I think this pullback long could be more interesting and more aggressive, but...
Holding yesterday's high, like, perfectly.
Yeah, inside of those ranges we previously were in, anything under VWAP would just stay under VWAP all day. And only once it flipped did it get interesting. Yeah, starting to hold decently well here. Looks like possible scalp territory. Nvidia.
Trying to long off the 07s. Stop's going to be at the 04s. Looking to target the 16s to 20 high a day.
07s stop under 04.
hmm
Okay.
There's too many tests to the 05s that's holding.
Yeah, DRAM's rejecting heavily. Whoa, Palantir. Golly. Yeah, I'm going to wait for the Qs to get over 716.21 is what I'm looking for on Qs for a reclaim.
Seems to be a wall here at the 10s on ES 503 contracts, 353.
It's getting
Got to
a
see
nice
more
little
aggressive
rip.
buying come in above these 10s. Could be a passive seller if we continue to reject it. So let's see a strong break above the 10s.
Yeah, you need to get through these 10s. This is pre-market. This is this pre-market low in PDH here. 10s look important.
Here's a test of it. Some buying really trying to step in.
Looks good.
Really just going for the 16s to 20 target. Here we go. Some strong
Nice.
aggressive buying coming in.
ES looks stronger than NASDAQ here.
Really just going for at this point a 16, which is today's open print, to 20, which is a high a day target. So strong break into the 16s to 20s. I will look to get out of this trade.
I like a higher low on Qs here at 716 on the NASDAQ long. Nice catch at the lows there.
Sixteen to 20s. Let's see here. We can see the aggressive buying really trying to hit the offer aggressively, especially with us holding 75.05, which is yesterday's high.
Okay, Nvidia's now rising quickly. You should
Yeah,
get it.
so that would be good, Vince, if we could get that.
Nvidia's
Really
pushing
not going
strong.
for a bigger move here, guys. I'm just going for the 16s to 20s. 20s is high a day, and 16s is today's open print. I'd like to see this consolidation here, especially right at all of this strong positive delta at the 13s. Here's the 16s. Here's today's open print. So now first sign of weakness, 16s to 20s. I'm looking to get all out of this trade. 16s
Nice.
to 20s here, first sign of weakness. Here's the 17s. 18s. All right, now we're going for
yeah.
high a day. VWAP sitting right at the 19s. Strong break above the 19s, 20s. I'm getting all out of this trade. 19s to 20s. Looking to get all out of this trade. Stops now adjusted at break even.
Palantir, sick.
Looking for a strong break above the high.
Hey, you got your QQQ pull back to 715. Beautiful. I'd like a little higher low to build itself here.
Better not do it to me. This better not do it to me.
I like this higher low potential here. Let me see if this holds. Oh. Yeah, I'm long NASDAQ there. Stop loss under 486. Stop loss under 480.
Pump it up, Vince.
Yeah, I like that
Pump it
long a
up.
lot. See that? How that pulled back and held it? Oh, yeah. That's
Oh,
perfect.
yeah. Strong
I'm
break
gonna-
above this high. I'm looking to get out of this. The VWAP is sitting directly above this high as well.
I'm looking for 580.
VWAP is right above this high. Here we go. Some strong trades hitting the offer as well. And move
So
got
I
bought
just took a
up.
long off this pullback here.
17s. Give me 19s to 20s. How far is your target, Vince?
I'm looking for like 560 on NASDAQ. I'm a little bit cautious of the daily 20 on NASDAQ, getting a little bit tough here, but ES looks great. This looks good.
You got to pump it up.
What was that?
This looks good. Wish I can. I'm going to try to share my screen differently. Let me share my...
Come on, strong break into the highs. I'm looking
Yeah,
to see 19s, 20s offer.
I would like a good push here.
We just need that push, Vince. Oh, yeah,
There it is.
beautiful.
There it is.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
All right. I think I got tagged out. Yeah, I'm out. 1,200 bucks.
I'm out 22s. No, I'm not out yet. I'm not filled.
Let me share my screen.
Out 21s, all out.
Nice, man. Nice trade.
Beautiful.
Really nice trade.
Beautiful setup.
I think I'm sharing my other screen, guys. If you
Oh,
can
yeah.
switch it over.
How do we show the fills? Show
They
fill.
just got to adjust it on their end.
Beautiful. Entry down here when it was supporting yesterday's high. We could see as it was supporting yesterday's high, if I look at the order flow here, 75.05. You're all out, Vince, right?
Yeah.
Let me share my full screen here. Hold on.
Yeah, I'd like to. You get. There you go.
When this was sitting here supporting the 05s, there was some significant delta. So looking at the footprint, right, if I zoom in here, we could see some significant delta coming in, 503 contracts, 353 contracts, right? So the market was trying to lift off of this 77.05 level. And we pulled back, we supported again, supported again, supported again, supported about 3 different times. And then the aggressive buying came significantly in. So that off of that analysis, I was able to get an entry at the 07s. And what I had done was I put my stop under the 04s, 04 and a halfs, which is this previous little footprint, swing low right there. And then my thought process is, all right, we're seeing buyers at the previous session's high, at a balance range high. We're seeing significant buyers there. If these buyers can support this range, there's really nothing stopping. If you look at a 1-minute chart, there's really nothing stopping the market from going to the high of the day, which is kind of why my target was placed at the high of the day. And then on that 944 candle, we just get that strong pop up. So, I mean, that was 14 points of reward off of 3 of risk. So that was almost a 4-to-1 risk to reward ratio in 5 minutes.
Nice trade.
Good trade with you, Vince, too.
Yeah, I'll break it down if you guys. Okay.
Beautiful, beautiful setup.
How is that? A little bit more. Good. All right, sweet. Yeah, so mine, basically, actually, no, let me switch over to, I'm gonna drive these guys crazy. I'm gonna switch over to my other screen real quick. Let me know when you get that. Okay, sweet. It looks like we got that up. So what I was looking at here was so different, a little bit different than Carmine. Carmine basically was looking for like that stab at the low there using order flow, right? And that's sort of a, that's a big pro of order flow, right? It's like finding that exact low, sort of being a sniper at those lows. What I typically like to do myself was I don't look at that as much as Carmine, which doesn't mean that you can't be a successful trader, right, guys? There's many different ways to trade, and that's the beauty of it. I knew that we had that demand coming into the day, right? Remember we talked about I want a live tap of 715 on the Qs. Right, I wanted that pullback, and look at this. You're still fading that high. That's nasty. We're in a range again. But anyways, we got that pullback into that demand, right, that we were looking for today. Now, what I needed to see for me, what I like to see is I like to see a higher low develop, right? A little higher low structure. So what I noticed here on the NASDAQ was you have, right, and it's super short term, but you can find these little, short-term structures. So if I take this, let me clean this up for you a little bit. You can see right here, you have, let me use the zoom tools. So if you look here, you have this previous low, right? This little left shoulder low. This is pretty much an inverse head and shoulder long is basically what this is. You have a left shoulder low. You have a downside move into your demand. You have a break, right? And Carmine is sort of in here, right? So Carmine's already down at these lows, right? Because he's, finding buyers down here. What I like to do is let it develop, right? Let it happen. And then let me look for that first pullback at a higher low. And basically what I looked for was, can these previous highs right here, right? These previous highs, can that be supported as a higher low? And as soon as I saw this candle pull back and get bid up, that's my entry point. And that I'll share real quick on my Trade of 8. You can see my entry point was, oh shit. Oh, I had a pending order out there. Sorry. I had my stop loss was still set. That's something I always forget to do that I need to do better at. But anyways, I never take my pending orders out. I get caught sometimes with that. But my entry here was at 29,514, right? And that was that pullback to this left shoulder. Saw that candle get bid up very strong. And then I just had a target up into this pre-market high around that 960. I could have went for the 600s, which would have been sick, but with the market, with what it's been doing, man, I'm just taking that and I'm running. So not bad day. This is on my Lucid Funded. I did a Lucid Pro account yesterday, and you can get those funded in one day, which is pretty sweet. So I got that funded in one day. That was pretty nice. And now this is a funded account. So 1,400 on the funded today, which is nice.
Very nice, Vince.
Yeah, man, I've been trading fundeds more lately because I'm gonna be honest, guys, and I'm a pretty honest dude. If you don't know who I am, I'll tell you everything you need to know. I've been struggling lately in this market, and this sideways channel, it's not it for me. So, I've been just like trading funded capital, trading the Vanquish prop, trading some Lucid, and trying to keep my own capital out of it, just until something feels more there. And, it feels like we're getting back to it. I really like what you're doing today, holding again at these lows. But yeah, I just would like to see the market find some kind of trend before I start putting large capital on the line again.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, Vince. Is just like how on both of our trades, we really weren't going for a bigger move. Like we both pretty much exited at the high of the day. Like if you were going for a bigger move, right? And that's just kind of the conviction in the market. I haven't had conviction in any of the market's moves. Like if we were going for a bigger breakout, especially with the way that we confirmed, or at least I confirmed that setup with the order flow, like my main objective is if I'm longing the lows down here, where could the market move next with ease? And for me, it would be above the high of the day, not even looking at pre-existing levels or supply or anything. It's just if I'm long down here at the lows, confirmed it with that confirmation signal off the order flow, where could the market move with ease? And for me, it's above the high of the day. And I like how we both exited kind of when both S&P and NASDAQ
squeezed
were above the high.
I mean,
Yeah, because like if you're holding this for a bigger move, right? The market's designed to pick up as much liquidity and create a lot of fake outs. I mean, both the S&P and the NASDAQ are the most liquid markets in the world, pretty much. And they typically always revert back to the mean majority of the days. So expecting strong breakouts, yeah, we have some of those days, but why I prefer the way that I trade is that I just like going for these quick moves, getting a 5R, risking 3 points to make about 15 in 5 minutes time, right? Not holding for a bigger move. If I held for a bigger move, this pullback would have destroyed me.
Yeah, I would have got stopped out for sure. I would have been
You would have
panicked out of that.
adjusted your stop, you would have trailed it, you would have got stopped out, even though you're still right on the
I mean,
analysis.
this is exactly why I've struggled lately, because I look for continuation primarily as a trader. That's just what I do. Like I love continuation. That's it. And when I have a system that looks for it, I end up just getting chopped out. Losses that should have been wins. Great entry criteria. Like I'm always very confident in my entry, and I'm like, okay, I like this entry. This is something I've traded for 12 years. So at some point, you know what a good entry looks like. But when you have good entries that you feel that you really like, and then they end up being losses, it really gets to you, and you're like, God damn, it's like I feel like that was a great setup, and it's still failing. And I think the leading cause of that is that it might be a good entry, but it only lasts maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then if you hold it for any longer than that, you just get smacked, and you're like, it's just. But overall, before the IGV guys, oh my God, yeah, IGV. This was it. This was your strongest sector of the day by a mile. IGV, CRM. Look at these things straight up today. Country mile. That's right, Ty. Damn, Palantir, vertical. Yeah. So here is the other part of my, what I love to do, and that's focusing on sectors, guys, and, outperforming sectors in the market. And there is absolutely nothing more outperforming today than the software sector. Look at that retest hold right there. That's a beauty. That is a beauty. So that's been a big opportunity lately this year too, is understanding the sectors. And actually, when I went to the New York Stock Exchange and talked to Peter, he actually confirmed that, which was interesting. He's like, he's never seen such a divergent market on a daily basis, depending on, what sector's strong today and what sector's weak. He said it's been like the most prominent divergence he's ever seen, which is pretty crazy, being that he's been there for 40 years.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting guy, that guy.
Yeah. He's more he's like more energetic and crazy than you would expect.
Oh my gosh.
Fun though. It was a good time.
It's a good example, just taking your profits, and that's it. Take your money away and run. Man. Exactly. Chef Joe.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and hang around and answer questions, but man. Good equities though today. Definitely on the option side. I just, I didn't get to trade any options today, but really sick moves on some equities. What do we got in the chat?
A big thing too is that like you don't gotta catch the low and sell at the high. Like you just gotta get a piece of the move, right?
Mhm.
Like everybody when that was breaking out, I saw somebody in chat say like, why exit there? Well,
I saw
my
that,
target
yeah.
was placed there, right? So if I keep going for a bigger move, I would have got slaughtered. So like when you have profits and your target hits, take it. This thing, yeah, it could keep going up and you could triple your profits, but what if it dumps like the way it did? You probably would have got stopped out. So the only thing that we have control over, we don't have control over the direction of how far the market's going to go up or down, but we do have control over our plan and if we follow that plan. And like the way I look at it too is that we're the most objective. We have the less judgment clouded before we enter the setup. And before we enter the setup, we create a plan. When we're in that trade, our judgment gets clouded because we obviously get greedy, we get fearful. We want to make more money. We don't want to lose profits. And if we just stick to the plan that we created when we were the most objective, like,
There's nothing. You're never smarter than before an entry point. As soon as a risk goes on, your mind changes, and when you start changing things on the fly on an intraday, and having adding that what's the word? The discretionary. You're sort of just discretionary adding decisions to a trade without having that strict plan is, yeah, absolutely. That's so true.
Yeah. Control what can be controlled, and what can be controlled is how well you follow your plan and the creation of that plan in general. You can't control what the market's going to do and if it's going to agree with your plan or not.
Mm-hmm.
But it's so key.
Can Carmine trade the open every day on NinjaTrader, please? There you go, Carmine. Wow, the memory sector is getting hit hard. MU, SNDK, this is not good for NASDAQ. This is what's so this is what's driving your NASDAQ lower. Look at the DRAM. Yeah. This is not good for the Nasdaq.
Mm. Nasdaq
Nasdaq
getting
actually,
swiped. Jeez.
yeah, right back into the. It is back into the Tuesday low here though. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not getting active again. But this is still in demand on Nasdaq here. You could get a little bounce. Let's see.
Yeah.
It's right back into that demand low. But I think in this market, guys, once you get one thing right, I would be careful how many more things you try to get right.
Yeah.
You talking through Nvidia helped me jump into Nasdaq, get a win. Yeah, the Nvidia, you guys got to watch. For some of those futures traders out there, I know this is primarily futures trading show. You got to watch equities, man. You got to pay attention to what the market's doing, right? Like the memory sector being torched right here is why the Nasdaq just flashed to the downside, right? Look, this is why the Nasdaq just did what it did. It's because this memory sector is driving lower. Now, look at this, right? Look at the divergence you have. Look at the IGV, the software sector. This is still going higher as if the Nasdaq's not even moving lower, which is crazy. This is, we've seen this all year, which is, I haven't seen this much divergence in a very long time. And the key divergence that we're seeing actually is semis versus software. That's the theme. It's SMH versus IGV. So when you have SMH weakness, you're getting IGV strength. And when you're getting IGV weakness, you're getting SMH strength. This has been the consistent theme all throughout the year. So just something to make sure you guys are watching, being aware of. Anything you can add, anything you can understand, it will help you in some regard, I'd say. Look at that NASDAQ hold.
Wow.
Right off that demand.
Yeah. So now, I mean, at the point on ES right now, like I'm not even looking at NASDAQ, but I'm sure it's probably the same thing. Just like it's 50-50. Yeah, we're still technically above. Like the background still leans towards bulls because we're still holding the range, but like the foreground is kind of very flat and it's 50-50. Like bulls and bears are fighting, so why try to fight for it? Let one side win and let one side take over, or let one side get trapped and then
Yep.
act upon it. But like initiating right now for me here at like 77.15 is in the middle of the range. There's no substance to it.
Yeah, you mean you're just trying to scalp these little like overextensions into demands, which are, it's possible, but definitely playing around with a channel that a trade only lasts a few minutes at this point, I would say.
Yeah. Let's see what the chat's saying.
I don't mind this Q's back above 716 and the daily 20 here. This is sort of interesting on another.
For a bigger move though, no?
Yeah, I mean, you're still sort of in these types of moves, I like to see like previous lows get reclaimed, and you just reclaimed 716 on the Qs, but you're still below VWAP, so I'm not getting involved. Sideways VWAP, typically a market that I want to not get involved in, right?
Yeah, for sure. And
Yeah,
also
I mean,
VWAP works
Microsoft.
better on a trending move where there's a lot of volatility.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, today is another fantastic example of markets are completely sideways, but you have parts of the market that are just absolutely in single direction. Microsoft straight up today. Even crypto's getting, look at crypto, look at Coinbase today. So this has been the hard part, I'd say, for a lot of, look at MSTR today, straight line to the upside. How's Nebius doing today? A little bit weak. Hood. Hey, Case, how are you, man? I'm on NinjaTrader, Case, so yeah.
Footprint chart. It is on, I believe it's on NinjaTrader and TradeV. It is called Market Zero. He's actually a member in my community. If I go here, it's Delta Footprint by Market Zero. It's a free indicator on NinjaTrader and TradeV.
Nice.
Good guy, member in my community, and he created pretty much my identical footprint that I use in Sierra charts on NinjaTrader platform. It's called Market Zero with an X in zero. How do I get such good risk to reward? I mean, Zach, if you could go back and watch the replay after, pretty much just spotting the buying at the low and then putting my stop at the previous low at the 04s and then targeting the high of the day. It's entering as soon as I see a confirmation, putting my stop where it invalidates my thesis, and putting my target where the market could kind of move with ease and gravitate towards and or reverse from. You gotta not hesitate whenever you see a confirmation. I act upon it. I don't think about what could happen. I just think about when I'm entering, where am I wrong and where am I right? And then everything else kind of is effortless and kind of just flows.
I like this NASDAQ reclaiming the overnight lows here. This little pre-market low here. It looks like if it can defend that, it could possibly get a little break.
I don't know though, Vince. It's like right in the middle of the range.
I know. That's why I'm trying to stay away. But you are back above the daily 20 on the Qs, 716 Qs. It looks like, yeah, I mean, if you can get yourself a nice little break of this trend and a hold back above this overnight low here around 515 NASDAQ, you might be able to build a higher low here. Let's see. You're definitely strong on some equities, man. My goodness. Microsoft is vertical. IGV still going.
I think a good point too. Somebody asked the question like, how do you know when a level is holding, or like what time frame do you use? I'm gonna just speak on myself and how I trade. Time frame for me is kind of irrelevant. I don't care how many times a level gets tested. What I do care about is if the level is tested, what happens when it's tested, and what kind of volume is displayed at that level, right? So earlier in the session, when the market was pulling back into this green level of interest, we came and supported it, and we could see a lot of aggressive buying step in after it, right? Then the market tries to lift, we pull back. We actually see a lot of passive buyers down here at the lows, which is this red delta. Then the market lifts and reclaims the level. 77.05 was the level. On the reclaim of the level, we start seeing a significant amount of buying, 503 contracts.
Carmine, hold on for 1 second.
What happened?
I'm just want to let everyone know I'm long the NASDAQ here with a stop under 514. I'm long three micros.
There you
So
go.
small position.
I'll let you do your thing.
Yeah, no, go ahead. That's just wanted to let you know. I'm long because of this higher low above this overnight low here at 514. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna target
What's your target?
600.
Not bad at all.
Risking 30 points to make 60. 2-1. I just like this. I like this reclaim of VWAP. I like this break of trend. I like this reclaim of the overnight lows. I like this to try to invalidate this lower high sort of structure here. I think this looks okay. And I'm just sizing down because I don't want to make my day red. So one small attempt on some micros after a nice mini trade I'm fine with that. Let's see if I get stopped on that 514 spot. I'll put it up on the screen for you guys to see it. Hold on. Might even get stopped out before I can get it pulled up. I just pulled it up on the screen. But yeah, Carmine, keep going, man. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good, man. You're in a trade. I'll let you focus.
No, it's fine. I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to get stopped or get profit targeted.
What's your stop?
514. Probably get taken out right here, actually. That's it. It's taken. Lost, what did I lose? $100.
I don't know, Vince. It's the middle of the range.
Yeah. I liked it though. Gotta take that
You
shot.
gotta put risk on to make money, so.
Yeah, look, it might even be trapping me out. Look at that. There's something here at this level. Look at this. I'll stay away from it. There's something there at that level. But yeah, it is.
You'll probably get it just after it stops you out.
Of course. It's how it typically goes. I like the idea though, because you sort of had that higher low above those overnight lows. I'll take that all day. Yeah, it's it might still be valid there. That's all right. All right, go ahead, Carmine.
I forgot what I was saying, but it's all good.
Yeah, I know. I screwed it up.
No,
Sorry about
you're
that.
good, man. I was rooting for you.
No, yeah, it looks good still. Damn. Yeah, the Nasdaq loves it. Yeah, the 500. So you're right, Case. Yeah, could have gave it 500. It's an interesting higher low above these overnight lows here, but it might just be too choppy to get anything real here. We'll see. Can I get the duck? I gotta go get my yelling dog real quick.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So basically, what I was saying, somebody asked, this is just how I do it. Again, no right, real way in the market. Just we'll talk about how I do it. How do you know when a level's holding? How do you know a level's going to bounce or reject? The answer is I don't. I don't use a time frame chart to tell me how well a level is holding or not. I don't need to see a 5 minute candle to close. I don't need to see a 1 minute level tested 5 different times. I just need to see the reaction of the order flow and what type of volume pattern does it present me at my level of interest. Um, so as I was saying earlier, I'll try to keep the charts, the candle charts and the footprint charts kind of synced with each other. As the market dropped and came down to this green line, which is my level of interest, the market sold off. And as we sold off and first tested, if we look at the footprint chart here, first tested this level of interest, we could see the market aggressively sell off and then a lot of aggressive buying coming in, and now we're trying to first support 77.05. So in these first about 3 to 4 minutes in the market being open, to me, nothing really significant. There's no signs. There's really nothing to like give me an inclination. I don't hit the buy or sell button just because the market's at my level of interest. I need to make sure the background is aligning with the foreground. Background is my pre-existing levels, the context of the market, and the foreground is essentially what's happening right now in the present moment. So in the first 3 to 4 minutes here, as the market sold off into the level, yes, aggressive buying off my zone, but that is not enough conviction for me to hit the buy button. 2, 3 minutes go by, the market retests this level, and we go and we essentially put in like a double bottom pattern. And what we could see here is as the market, now this footprint is aligned with the candlestick chart, we could start seeing some passive buyers directly under, right at 77.05, which is my level of interest. We can see the passive buyers down here at the lows around 77.03. Directly following that, the market tries to lift, next 1 minute candle. And on this lift around 77.10, we could start seeing, if I zoom in, 503 contracts hitting the offer at 77.09, 77.10. So we start seeing a lot more size hitting the offer as the market is holding 77.05. Then the market comes again, pulls back, and if you look at the candle inside of the middle of this footprint, essentially this candle opened right here where my cursor's at, 77.05-ish, and closed near the high around 77.09. So now this is another test of 77.05 that is continuing to support. It's pulling back passive buyers at the low, market lifts, aggressive buyers out of it. We come back down, we support it again. And now on the next bar, my entry now is at this bar. I get long at the 77.07s. The blue triangle signifies the entry on the candle chart. And what I do is I put my stop under 77.04, which is this previous little candle bar right here where my cursor's at. What I do now is I put my target at the high of the day. If I'm seeing buyers at my level of interest, I'm seeing buyers defend this level. Where am I wrong? Where am I invalidating this point? And that's under 77.04. And where am I correct? And that's going to be at the high of the day. And then from there, my entry, 3 points of risk, targeting a high of day breakout. The market goes, breaks out. And on the first strong impulsive pop above this, I actually get about a point more than my originally planned target. Oh, well. But it was a 14 points of reward for 3 of risk. It was close to a 5-to-1 R. And you can see here, as the market's holding this level on the footprint, we can see all the aggressive buying. Look, 325 contracts, just a lot of blue aggressive trades hitting the offer as the market's breaking out, giving me more conviction to hold that long to my target. And it was just using order flow to kind of confirm the setup at your level of interest. Vince, your thing is trying to break out here.
It's a good trade, man. It's just one of those NASDAQ stupid NASDAQ candles. It's a good idea. It's pretty valid, right? Higher low above those overnight lows. Support that as a higher low. That's pretty nice scalp opportunity. I mean, again, it's center point of the range, so who the hell knows? Maybe you trust it for a couple candles, but I felt like there was a scalp opportunity there, but it's all right. Done my job today. I'm happy about it. I'm content.
Listen, everybody, there's 1,700 of you watching. There's 1,800 right now. Hit that like button. If you guys are finding value out of this, just hit that like button.
Yeah, look at this NASDAQ long. So, I mean, I can explain this, I guess, as to like why did this spark interest, right? Like, why did I look at this and say, oh, I like this as a potential long, because you guys most likely, in your trading, there's little things you see that you're like, that's interesting. Something interests you. So, let's break it down. So we have this, overnight low on the NASDAQ here. We have this low here on the NASDAQ at these lows. And, coming into the day, it's really messy all around it. And eventually what I want to try to find is where we can clearly get a higher low to develop back above that, right? So like right there is where I started to see it. So we had that dip into demand. We had that sharp recovery out of the demand off that major demand level that we had, right? Remember we wanted 29.4, what was it, 29.425? We got it perfectly, man. We got it right. Is that like on the dot? So pretty much 2 points off our demand level today on the NASDAQ. Got that to bounce. And then what I was looking for was, can we get these lows, right here and right here, to defend as a higher low for a little, reclaim long? That's what I call that the reclaim ripper. That's, my thing. I like that because you have a level, you go under it, come back above it, reclaim it, and rip the long, right? Because basically you're trapping. It's sort of like a short squeezing type of, move. It's you're supporting the level that we need to stay below. We need it to stay below these lows. We're supporting that low. It's always going to create a reaction, right? Now, of course, the NASDAQ is a disastrous, messy thing. So, of course, and Case in my ear, who's part of my community, told me to, always consider the even number or the whole numbers, and that was a good call, right? Because maybe I put my stop at 500 there rather than 514, and I just placed my stop at the low of these. This is, maybe something that I could improve on. There was maybe you don't place your stops right at the low of these pre-market lows. Maybe you give it, that buffer down to 500, and that would have been, well, that would have kept me in this trade, right? And so great idea. A little bit of maybe improper stop placement there, right? And, getting wicked out of the NASDAQ by a little bit. Which is, a common thing that the NASDAQ is going to do to us all the time, of course, just lovely NASDAQ things. But overall, I hope that you understand that structure as to why, I'm looking for that trade. Again, here, reclaim here, break, retest long. Just sort of an intraday read, nothing more than that. It's nothing important on the bigger picture. And this has been a little bit of a tough spot lately, is like these intraday reads, short-term reads like this. It's, especially inside these tight ranges. Not something I want to do too often, but I mean, you can just sort of see how that played out there. Palantir, this is that's a nice little higher low here developing on Palantir. I'm going to show my dog to the stream. That's all right. Say hello.
Arlo? What up, Arlo?
Say hello to Arlo. He won't stop making noises, so I gotta. Hi, buddy. All right. This is the NinjaTrader dog. He's a cutie, but he's crazy. Go ahead.
Vince, that Arlo hotel, that was the one you stayed at that one time? The one I sent you?
Yeah, so that's how we got his name, was the Arlo Nomad in New York City. That's where me and my girlfriend stayed for the first time in the city, and we said, oh, that might be a nice dog's name. And that's how we got it.
Yeah. I don't know, guys. I'm trying to look longer term, like higher time frame. Market is still holding above the balance range. We're building volume above it. Definitely leaning towards the bull side, but this is definitely a move now where I wouldn't really want to approach it with a scalp the way I did earlier. It would be more so just going for a bigger move, wider stop loss, giving it room to breathe, and kind of going for maybe like a move by end of day or into
Yeah,
tomorrow.
it sort of seems like it's gonna start trending to me, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna call it. I'm done.
Definitely
But
don't want to scalp when the market is like this flat. Like the trade earlier that we took,
right,
Vince, was
yeah,
before any type of chop was existent.
yeah. We
Now, as
didn't
the
know
range
it
is
was gonna do
developing,
that.
it's like
Right.
having a
I mean,
wider stop loss is way more appropriate
yeah,
for me.
like don't get stopped out if it just goes in the center point of the range again if you're looking for a trend. You know what I mean? Have a stop under the lows or something.
Yeah, because here's your target on Nasdaq, pretty much.
Yeah, let me look at the Nasdaq bigger picture here. Actually, um, I mean Nasdaq, you definitely, I would say, there's a good chance you can come visit those overnight highs again at 660. I could see that being very possible. Yeah, I mean, if we look at this hourly chart on Nasdaq, very clear. We are definitely establishing that higher low above the Tuesday highs, which is exactly what we wanted to see happen today, right? That was our goal today, was can the Nasdaq establish higher lows? If this thing would, let me get this out of here. Can the Nasdaq establish higher lows back above these Tuesday highs, right? And that's exactly what it's doing. So that's a big plus, I'd say. Channeling is fine, right? This is not bearish. This is good. You're trying to accept above that higher low. So I think consolidation is just fine here for the bullish side. You really, to get a real breakout, right, you just need to get through this high. That's all you need. If you can get above this high here at around 700, that's the true breakout. That's the breakout towards 30,000. That's probably your 300-point range right here. That could be really nice. Yeah, I mean, I would, this is definitely a swing trade, a future swing trade type of environment in my book, right? As long as you're maybe above that Tuesday high, stay in a NASDAQ long, be comfortable with that back and forth, and just let it eventually maybe hit your 600 target or your 30,000 target. I mean, risk reward is definitely valid in that sense. If you think about a long position here, if you can grab a long closer to that demand low, sort of stop out and target maybe
Yeah.
that 30,000. I mean, you have the positive risk reward to look for it here.
Definitely have to have a wider stop and kind of give
Yeah,
it a
you
lot more
can't stop out. You
room to
can't
breathe.
stop out if we're above Tuesday's highs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's no, you would be trading a pointless trade at that point. Like, why would you? Then don't even long it, because anything that's above this Tuesday high is valid. 420. So if you're above 420, and it just so happens that that's the number 420, maybe that's a good sign. But 420, as long as you're above that, you're good. You're good for this to hold.
For sure. Higher
The problem is, how many times is it going to revisit those lows and chop you
Yeah,
around?
exactly.
Who knows?
What are my thoughts on trailing stop loss strategies using order flow in a state of imbalance?
Wow, that's a
TSL
very big question.
with VSA of large orders, stacked imbalances, high volume. So, to answer your question, right, Vivian, um, for me, my targets are always placed where after my entry could the market move with ease. So, like, for example, the trade that I took today, I'm essentially not going for a 40, 50 point target, so to speak. I'm going for, if I'm entering here, where could the market then move with ease? Trailing stop losses, you probably would have got trailed out today, yet the market is still higher. I hate to say this. I will be probably, a lot of people will disagree with me on this. I don't like holding runners, nor do I like trailing, nor do I really like scaling out. I kind of like just target hits, I like getting out. That's just how I trade. I don't really go for bigger moves. Trailing is fine if you're going for bigger moves. You have somebody like Vince who will go for a bigger, let's just say, swing move. He has to trail. Like it's essential for him to extract the most amount of profits. But the way that I trade and I'm looking just to capitalize on a quick move, trailing for me, I don't really prefer to do. You trail, right, Vince?
Yeah, I mean, depends on the idea. Yeah, it depends on the idea, and depends on the market conditions. like over the last 2 weeks, I've told myself that I'm no longer looking to hold runners because of consolidation,
Exactly.
type of markets. But, if we establish this trend today and start to build a NASDAQ rally, then there's absolutely no reason not to hold. It would be, in my book, it would be,
Fair.
it would be like counterproductive not to at least put, keep something on the line. So yeah, that's how I think about it. Depends on the market conditions and depends on, what I'm looking at right now. Clearly we've been so sideways on the market and it's really hard to know what that next direction is trending. But, back in April and back in May of this year, I mean, you're looking at that and you're like, man, why didn't I just hold something? So we just have to get an established trend to build, and then we can start to think differently. But I would say in this condition, Carmine, your idea is definitely better, right? It's like just take it off, take the win, and like we haven't over the last hour. No, we really haven't been rewarded for holding. We basically got out at the best point today on that squeeze, right? So, and this has been very resemblant. So I think it just depends on market conditions, Carmine, and
For sure.
what I'm feeling is the most lucrative opportunity. Is it just, get out and move on, or is it try to maintain something for that trend to continue?
Exactly.
But there is no trend, so.
Yeah. In a balanced
why.
state, trailing, going for a bigger move is not ideal, like you said, Vince.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, market aside, I think most people should try to hold winners because for majority of traders, those trails and those runners are typically the things that can exponentially grow your account.
Yep.
Because at least try to build that muscle. And that's what I teach people that are in my community is like build the muscle to be comfortable of holding something, because let's say you aren't building that muscle, right, Carmine? You're like someone that, like you maybe, that's just always getting out right away. When you get into a position and when the market gets into that trending environment, it'd be nice to be ready to go and understand how to maintain positions and let them trade, and how to extend and extract the most you can. I think it's good to build that muscle and understand, because a lot of traders have a really hard time holding positions. That's like one of the biggest problems is, I keep selling early. I get scared out. I'm worried about giving back profits. I'm scared that, this might go against me. And I think if for some of you guys out there to try to practice at least to like, what can I do to hold trades longer and develop a muscle to maintain a position? Because when the market comes, when that trend starts to come around, and when we start to get back into a rallying, trending market, you're gonna wish that you're going to wish that you are better at holding winners. Because at times, I'm sure a lot of you guys look back at a trade and you're like, man, why did I get out? There's no reason. We're still holding VWAP. We're still above the previous highs, right? All these things are still remaining valid. So why didn't I just maintain? Yeah. So yeah, a lot of my exponential wins come from trying to extend trades. That's been where a lot of my big trades come from, and it definitely makes a difference.
But definitely a lot of people that hold for bigger moves probably give back a lot of profits too, because maybe it's not the right
absolutely.
position.
That's a side effect. It's a side effect you have to accept.
Oh geez. Ripping.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that long was pretty good.
Yeah.
I think it was right off the
You
spot.
literally
I
stopped
longed
out,
too.
Vince, at the freaking worst time.
Yeah, the exact low. Whatever.
I think it brings a fair point of like, there's really no one size fits all. Like it's holding runners, not holding runners, going for a bigger move, not going for a bigger move, taking profits when target hits, scaling out. Like it's really how you build your system and how it fits to your personality and how it fits to the market environment. There's really no correct answer. The correct answer is your answer, and everybody's answer is going to be different.
Yep.
Like this one guy that I know on Wall Street makes up his majority, 80% of his year-end profits in 6 to 8 trades in a year. He holds for a bigger move, gets the timing in the market right, and they are massive profits, 8 times, like eight trades a year, let's just say. And the other days are just smaller gains that add up or losses. So like you'll have somebody like him who just waits for the right opportunity and goes for a bigger move. And then other people like myself, if my target hits, I'm getting out. I'm not really holding runners. Very rarely. No right way to do it.
You just hit the QQQ supply that I have. So you might get some failure up here. But yeah, that NASDAQ long was pretty sick. You're just in a channel.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, Q's just tapped that NASDAQ, that supply level up at 718, 719.50. Just tapped it there. ES still has some room to 77.40. Alert, TSM alert, over 420. Oof, yeah, TSM 426 alert just went off. Semis are starting to get a little bit of strength here, it looks like. Yeah, semis.
What's
Oh, wow.
TSM?
TSM is at 426. Are you saying what is
No, what
TSM?
company is that?
Taiwan Semiconductor. It's like the heart of the semiconductor sector. Definitely a must needed company. Yeah, SMH is starting to find SMH held that pullback demand perfect, man. Wow. Right in that demand zone. Right in our 563, 560 area. Really nice hold there. Let me go ahead and share my other screen. Yeah, let's take a look at Broadcom. Broadcom's is definitely one of my favorite long-term names. And it's been sold off quite a bit. Yeah, big 4-hour lows. Look at that QQQ hit.
Wow.
Right at it. Hell yeah. What are we at the exact tick? What's the high of this candle? We were a little bit off. 20 cents. Actually, sorry, 3 cents. Yeah, Piff, the rejection here is very possible. 719.30s. I have a level here. This is from this is the high from Wednesday of last week. Right here. Gotta head out. Nice stream. What's up? Oh, there he is. Have a good day, brother. It's my boy LT right there. What are you doing today, Carmine? Any plans after the market?
I have to I'm under contract on a new property, actually.
Oh, nice.
So
Congrats.
they're doing currently doing a wetlands delineation,
Oh, yeah.
basically just finding where the wetlands are on the property.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going to be doing hopefully, if we have no wetlands issues, major subdivision.
That sounds like a Florida thing.
Yeah. So
I'm not gonna,
I got
I won't
that
give
right
away
after
too
the
much.
stream.
Nice.
You?
Yeah, when I I'm gonna head over. I'm building a house too. When I built, I had to make sure my whole lot was 100% uplands. That was a big.
Did
That's
they
a
do
big
like
thing.
a delineation, wetland
Yeah,
delineation?
I had to pay to get people to come out to like basically
Flag
walk
it.
the lot
Yeah.
and make sure it was uplands, and it was, which is great. What time we on till? I think 11.
Yeah. Here's the optimism about the market. It's just literally doing nothing now, just ranging.
TSM huge break. Whoa, yeah, big break. TSM. Yeah, you're definitely getting a little bit more, I would say, like equity movement today than anything else. But overall, I think that's just gonna create. I think you're just basically putting in like a strong, convincing trend, strong, convincing hold day on the Nasdaq. I think the most bullish thing you can do today is just hold above. Honestly, it's actually, in my book, it's more bullish not to go straight up today than it is to go straight up, because I think if you go straight up, you get a little bit out of control and leave behind a little bit, too much straight up action. I love when the markets just sort of trade not sideways for weeks or months, but I don't mind like a few days of consolidation so that you can really start to see these higher lows being structured, right? So like now, if we look at our hourly chart on the NASDAQ, look at how beautiful, let me go ahead and remove this real quick, hold on. I mean, after this, if we can just sort of remain at a higher low today, we now have a beautiful ability to understand where markets want to be, right? So you can see here's a structure, right? And here is your new structure developing at that same area. So I would like the NASDAQ to just sort of maintain here. Then we can continue to play our longs, right? We can continue to possibly play our longs using this demand down here and eventually getting that breakout towards the upside. I just like when we start to build real structure on the market, right? So you have sort of structure here, you have this structure here. You're just sort of boxing the upside, right? It's like, okay, structure 1, structure 2, structure 3, and then the next structure would be up here, right? That's structure 4. Above these highs, make that into a new low, just like this, right? Do one of these, make that into a new low, and just keep doing this all the way to the upside, right? Rather than just something like this, and then you're like, okay, now what do I do? Now we probably just chop and sort of retrace for months, and that's basically what happened on the market, right? If you zoom out on this, if you look at the daily chart, the problem that we had was we basically just went this straight up vertical action that caused a lot of consolidation, a lot of chop. It's much better when we can get a nice, slow, consolidating, structuring upside move with very clear levels that we can really base our trades off of. That's more preferable here today. GC, you want to talk about? GC is it's getting close. It's right where is this the 200 SMA? Let's see here. Yeah, it's still sitting right at the 200 GLD. Not quite there yet. I'm using TradingView. How am I liking it? I don't like it. To be honest, Randall, I don't like TradingView, and there's a reason why I'm using TradingView today. And I'll let your imagination decide what you think that is. But if I was, I'm not even gonna say it. I like a different platform, but I don't like TradingView. Actually, you know what? I can't say that. I like TradingView, but I think that the candles look different on TradingView. I don't know if you've noticed that, Carmine, yourself, but
Yeah.
it just feels like I'm watching it in slow motion on TradingView. It's not detailed enough for me.
There may be a setting with got the terminology for it. Not refresh rate, but
Yeah, I think I know there is on TOS, but I don't know if there is on TradingView. But like, for example, this candle right here, it feels like it's in slow motion, and there's way more movement on, let's say, watching it on Tradeovate, or even on
yeah.
think or swim, right? I mean, this is like it's like slow on TradingView. I don't know, something about it, just different. It's not real-time data problem. I have real-time data on this, guys. Yeah, just sort of sitting right below supply now. I think, if you've taken the cues from lows to highs here, I think you sort of back off a little bit, right? You went from lows to highs. It's all about levels. That's right. It's all about levels. You got to base your decisions off of something on the chart. Yeah, look at our low and high today. Right at these were levels before the market opened today.
Pretty
What do I use
non-eventful
for
so far.
what do I use for my levels? I use my brain. I wake up at 5:30 every day and I make my levels. Carmine knows.
Yeah,
Every
that's
time we
true.
go away.
Very true. Really got nothing else. I mean, I'm not looking to short this, long this.
No, I'm just hanging out to see if we can provide any value to the chat. But yeah, I mean, I think we did a good job today. I think we took that good morning reversal long into our demand. You had your
Yeah.
reasons for it. We both, we explained the reason why. Nice scout. After that trade, a lot of nonsense that could probably get you faked out.
For sure.
Nice high
I'm
here of
uh
supply,
I'm a
but
one and done type of guy. If I take a good trade, especially in the first 30 minutes to an hour, I usually shut down and walk away.
yeah, I definitely, I go back and forth. Sometimes I like especially when there's a good swing trade on, I'll have to stick around and watch things, which I end up sort of regretting at times.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wanna get back into the just get the hell out of here once I get a good trade and enjoy my day a little bit
Yep.
more.
The more time you spend in the casino, the more you're gonna give to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, guys, I'd be careful using like COD or something to create your levels. I think it's best to become good at analyzing the markets and understanding what to look for. But yeah, maybe it can help you do something. Do I use volume profile? I don't really use volume profile. I just sort of understand where low volume is, which you can do with volume profile. Like, for example, there's definitely low volume above this Q's area because we have a gap on the daily chart, right? So that if you looked at a volume profile above, 720 to 728, there's going to be some low volume. So I just understand where that low volume is and know that it could basically add a gasoline to the move, right? Whenever we go through a low volume area on the markets, that you're going to see, a strong and sort of a vacuum type move through that low volume. So just have to understand where they are and where those areas are.
How do I come up with my levels? Let's see. I mean, my level today, I'll just go over the setup that I took today. This is a structure. Me and Vince talked about it before the market opened, but all the level was today was previous balance range, market dropped, consolidated for the past 5 sessions, and now we had the gap up, which is our rally. So what I had done was I made a rectangle for the top of this range, and I'm going to zoom in after this. So starting my zone from here, uh, how low it goes is going to be very dependent on where the next level is that I could find, right? So now that we have the upper portion of the balance range, once the market breaks out of a balance range, ideally like to see it then support it, showing initiative towards the buy side. If I zoom in, right, a lot of people would have marked out, I'm going to remove this level now. A lot of people would have marked out, yesterday's high at 77.10. For me, yesterday's high, as I'm looking at the cash session, I'm looking at until the 4 o'clock closes. The 4 o'clock close is right at 77. The high before that was right at 77.05 and a half. So I had marked out yesterday's high as 77 and a half. So what I had done was I had made my level 77.14, which is the balance range high, to 77.05, which is the previous session's high. And then going to the smaller time frame, the market had, sold off into it, found support there, and then that's the background. Foreground is what happened there, and that was the buying volume that I recapped earlier. So me and Vince draw levels very similarly. There's definitely a little bit of a difference, but it's interesting to see how I draw them different, but somehow yet Vince and I come up with pretty much the same levels, and that just shows how unique the market is, and there's again no right way to do it.
Yeah. I mean, mine just all pivots on the larger time frame. So like if you look at a larger time frame, like a 4 hour and hourly, you'll understand why my levels are there, and that's those are the major inflection points. So I don't think I very rarely create a level that's not from like an hourly, anything lower than an hourly, or maybe a 30-minute, but that's really it. I want to make sure it's a major inflection point. I want it to be easily seen, right? Like you shouldn't have to search. So like when you look at this chart, it's very clear and not very hard to understand why you would look to see if this area right here would reject again, right? It's like, hey, major rejections on the hourly. Let's put a level there, and then look at what we've done all day, right? Same exact spot. And then, look at this. Look at these rejections on Tuesday. Okay, that's my spot I want to see hold. And when it's nice and clean like that, that's when the best trading comes about. When it starts to get sloppy and you don't really have these key inflection points on a higher time frame, that's where it gets more difficult. But when you have a nice clean structure like that, it's beautiful. Like another one, when you look at this zoomed out a little bit, let's go to the 4 hour actually. 4 hour chart. All right, we can clearly see this 4 hour previous high back here. We see 4 hour high lows here. We see the 4 hour highs here. We got some 4 hour lows here. And then you have this 4 hour low right there. And we can see recently, right? Look at how the market has defended that 4 hour low. So nice low there, defending, creating a higher low now above right there. Right? And you can start to see how this could very well, start to become that structure that starts to build higher through our levels. And that's sort of what I'm going to continue to look for. And then how do you know when that's, how do you know when the market flips bearish? Well, you just, see when that structure breaks down. So when, if and when the NASDAQ futures breaks this structure, what I mean by that is it breaks back under and does something like this, right? Then okay, we had structure 1, structure 2. We couldn't hold and move up to structure 3. We actually fell back into structure 1. And that's, that's a bearish failure back into this structure below. So that's how I sort of read the market every day. And I mean, that's it. I mean, that's literally all I do. Just understand where these key levels are, understand what structure we're in, understand are we closer to a supply or demand level, and base my trades off that information. And then the last piece is the last piece is just like intraday price action. That's the last piece. Is like that's probably the most difficult, is like reading your short-term intraday price action to find those exact entry points. Best levels are on LV. Appreciate that to hear. Thank you, brother.
LVLS, very nice.
That's you know what that is.
Oh yeah, if you know. Somebody said lost money yesterday, not going to engage today. It's an interesting, bold claim. I'm gonna fight you a little bit on that one. What does yesterday have to do with today? If you lose money yesterday, if you lost money last week, if you lost money 5 minutes ago, what does that have to do with what's happening right now?
We talking about yesterday or yesterday? No, I agree. Every day's a new day. I mean, that's you're actually the one that I think about the most when I think about this concept. You say it all the time. Is every day has to be approached as a new day.
Board resets.
I agree. I agree. It's hard. I think a lot of people have a really hard time moving emotions from previous days into the next day, right? And if you do that, I think you do have to be very cautious of it.
Yeah.
So if you could say it 10 times, till your face turns blue, today's a new day, today's a new day. But if you are making decisions based off of what you did the day prior, maybe you blew up something and you started to do something, and now you're bringing that revenge into the next day. I think there is a situation where the smart thing is to get the hell out of here and move on, and not trade. But, in a perfect world, Carmine's absolutely right. Every day is a new day. You need to think about it differently and not move and not let the previous day mistakes fall, come into the new day. And the best way to do that is always, what I talk about a lot is, you always want your trading day to not be large enough or small enough, right? Or I'm sorry, large enough in either direction to make it not cause emotion for your next day, right? Like if you have a really big red day, the rest of the day you're gonna feel like shit. Tomorrow you're gonna feel like shit, and it's gonna sort of carry over. And when we have like a small red day, right, we don't even think about it the next day, right, guys? So like, we lose maybe a couple $100. We took a nice shot. It was a good trade idea, and we just end up getting stopped out. It has no effect on us the next day because it's just a small incremental, not important type of day. And that's really important, is don't let a single day really affect the next day, right? And make sure it's always not something that's stuck in your mind and affecting your decisions. At least that's what you want to try to do, because I know it's easier said than done. Yeah, NASDAQ, good hold of that VWAP. Also, that's the daily 20 NASDAQ, if I'm not mistaken. Just for contract change. No, it's not. Okay. Q's.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a bigger move by end of day today, truthfully.
I mean, it's doing everything it needs to do it. It's absolutely holding. It's holding that the bull. Our thesis today was the bulls have to hold the higher low to stay higher, and they've done it.
Exactly.
Right? They've done it. They've done exactly what they've needed to do. They defended that low very strong today. So, I mean, I'll tell you this. I don't know why anyone would want to short this move. So, I mean, maybe if you see some kind of reactions at this supply high around 29.7, you are still below 29.7, 29.690, which is definitely still a unknown, a very possible rejection play. It's still there. So just be aware of that. You definitely do still have supply here at these highs. And this is sort of just stuck in the middle of the range at the end of the day. So, like the question is, Carmine, where, we see in the chat, everyone talks about like this VWAP long, right? Which, I like it. VWAP long, great. Long of VWAP, yes. Do you take that VWAP long in the center of this range? I don't know, right? On a sideways VWAP. Is that something that's just not typically something I'd look for, but not a bad VWAP long there, yeah? Is that something you would typically look for, just a VWAP hold, Carmine?
No,
Probably
for
not,
me,
right?
I don't really pay attention much to VWAP. However, it is definitely a lot more significant on those higher volume days
In
where
a
there's a lot of
trending day.
volatility and or a trending move.
Yeah.
In a very balanced state like this, even
Yep.
higher time frame than what we've been seeing,
Yeah, I don't love a sideways VWAP.
there's really no positioning off of VWAP on a day where the volume is either lacking or there's no trend. But on trending moves with a lot of volatility, there's definitely tons of positioning off of
Yeah,
it.
you can see it definitely reacted here recently today. Very nice.
Nice little pump going now.
Yeah. For me, S&P room to 77.41. 77.46. 41 to 46 is what I have above here. That's your NVIDIA earnings high, and then your highs from back here on, it was on Wednesday. Tuesday, back here. Yep, Wednesday, Thursday. Around 46 to 41. That would be where I'd assume a little bit of failure up there, a little bit of difficulty up into that rejection zone. Qs are still definitely, Qs are still fading under this as well. So at this point, when I look at this, there's only two trades for me. There's either pullback, another aggressive pullback along, back into demand, like take advantage of some kind of a sharp reactionary drop back into this demand low, right? Or it's the break and retest above these highs. Those are the only two trades for me, here and here. I would have no interest in longing into this known supply zone above. Iran news. MU, does he? Let me see, Kumar. What do we got? Yeah, terrible day for memory. Wow. Man, I would be furious if I was long. Oh, God, I'd be, thank God I'm not. If I longed MU thinking it was going to be bullish on NVIDIA earnings and this is what I got, oh my goodness, would I be furious. Yeah, that sucks. I wonder why. I got to look into why. I haven't had time to do any looking around today, but yeah, MU down bad. Even with the semis higher, with NVIDIA higher, no love for the memory sector. They must have said something about memory. There had to have been something that I'm missing. I don't know if any of you guys saw it. If you could in the chat, let me know. But something negative about memory is definitely out there. That's pretty ugly. You know, I would be surprised to see the NASDAQ make a rally without the memory sector. It definitely could be a drag, right? It really could be. You know, you think about it. I don't know, Carmine, I know you don't follow this much, but the question is, can the NASDAQ get back to all-time highs without all the sectors firing together, right? I don't know how much you do. You probably don't do too much of that. You just worry about your S&P and make your money and get the hell out. But, you know, I always think about like market-wide stuff. And the question is, like, are we going to, you know, I think you need full market participation to get back to all-time highs on the NASDAQ. And you again are not really participating market-wide today. It's not a market-wide rally again. We really haven't had many market-wide rallies at all. What's the Dow doing today? Okay, the Dow's doing all right. Dow's good. How's the IWM looking?
You ever traded Dow?
I've traded a few times, yeah. You can trade the DIA. DIA is the ETF. Dow ETF. I think the Dow creates some nice technical levels.
Yeah. Vince, I'll see you next week. I'm going to be down in Florida.
Are you?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, let's do something.
I'm going to be in Jupiter from Thursday to Saturday. And then I'll be at
Thursday
my
to Saturday.
condo from Saturday to Thursday.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
maybe
I'd rather-
next week we'll or the
Yeah,
Labor
Jupiter
Day
is
week.
over in Orlando, right? I think that's over Orlando area, if I'm
What
not
happened?
mistaken. Jupiter's Orlando area, right?
No, it's like above West Palm.
Oh yeah. Okay. It might be east. Yeah, it's east of Orlando. Yeah. Yeah. What's up, gentlemen?
Good morning.
What's up?
Morning.
Hopefully this range breaks for you guys here.
Yeah, this will be a long afternoon.
It's been a lot of long afternoons the last few weeks.
Oh man, it has.
Boys get a couple of nice snipe trades in that early morning volatility.
Yeah.
Long the
Well-
morning, pretty much lows.
Yeah, it
Good
was
job.
Right off,
Nice.
it was along off the 420, 430s on NASDAQ. And
420 just seems to be that number that keeps on paying for the NASDAQ, no matter when
I
we hit
know.
it, up or down.
Yeah. And then ES, what'd you grab it at? 7707, Carmine?
07s, yeah.
07s. What do you guys think about the trending potential? Breaking this high or just going to chop like we have been?
I think we're going higher. I got larger upside targets in the NASDAQ at 29,720s. And I think we'll probably get those by tomorrow, to be honest. Just the way we held that overnight low early this morning about the area you got long.
Yeah.
And, Jackson Hole coming up tomorrow. We got the volatility creates volatility. And we've had an increase of that overnight. And then even here today, I mean, how big were those bars on the 5-minute chart? So I think we're going to continue to drift up. I think it's going to be slow. I mean, the overnight move was pretty wild. But if we can break out of this base we're building here, we're going to be climbing up towards 720s and then maybe 760s. I'm long NASDAQ right now, long Dow from the bottom, and just kind of looking to ride it.
Yeah, that's what we were sort of discussing is I think you just ride this with a wider stop and just let it do its thing. It looks like the right call.
Definitely.
Yeah. If you can get over, I got that same 690 Wednesday, Thursday high here. I think once you can break that Wednesday, Thursday 690, 700 high, I think you're good to go. Because you're going to enter a QQQ gap here. You got a QQQ gap to fill above. It's really above 722 on the Qs. Nothing until 730. So once you get through there, it should start to pick up.
For sure.
Definitely.
But
I wish you guys the best luck in the hopefully not a slow afternoon session.
Yeah, well, we only got an hour on here. I think that the afternoon we'll find out. But you guys have a great day. Thanks for coming on. Take care.
Later.
Yeah.
I really like, Nick, how this ES is holding highs and just continuously moving up. It's getting very shallow pullbacks here. So I think if we can, start breaking out and holding above this IB, which, we're basically
probably going
fairly close to, that the NASDAQ kind of might start that shallow pullback, just steady bid throughout the remainder until at least lunchtime. And then, of course, the afternoon will be slow because that's what it's been. But
Yeah, I just got stopped out trying to short the top of the range for like the third time today. I got short, I don't know, whatever, 845, caught a good chunk of this down towards like 500s. Tried it again here, like once we kind of broke back below the 24-hour VWAP and got almost round tripped, covered about again around the 500s. And then I just tried to short this again over opening range high. And that one took a full stop out. So a couple trades, leaning just against this kind of spot where we did make the decision, are we going to move up into the upper distribution and follow ES? And we talked about it last night on midweek vibes with XY, but like there's the rolling 5-day, or I guess like 6-day at this point, if you were to look at it. This is like a nice little LVN that kind of built right here, if you look at it on the wider time frame. So I was kind of using this area as a pivot decision point, kind of pause, and it's worked for the most part this morning. ES has not wanted to play in that same ballpark, but it's worked as for NQ. I've taken those few scalps, and I'm happy. But we'll see. I think we probably at this point are going to drift higher. ES is just continuing to not want to pull back.
yeah. I mean, interesting. So actually, I was going in this morning. The Dow had gone bearish engulfing overnight, which I thought was a crazy move to be happening overnight. We were above the prior day's high, and we rotated all the way down to low. And I was thinking in my head, I was like, wow, maybe the Dow short is the trade today. And it's just funny, being a trader, how it's turned out to be the best long that I've had here this morning. And I was looking at where it was like relative to the range, and Salesforce had great earnings and Nvidia beat. And I'm like, we're at the bottom of the range in the Dow. And I'm like, the price action's been down all night and it was pretty weak yesterday, but is it really going to stay that way with, good earnings out of both of those? So I decided to wait for like a little bit of confirmation this morning. And as soon as I started seeing some buying pressure, just snagged it long. And as soon as I got long, man, we got that ATR expansion here. That's one of the things I look for to hold trades longer. I'm going to start moving some stops up here to make Jim proud of me, and see if we can continue up towards, like, my final targets are going to be 53,739. And then I'm going to expect a slow of pace, at least for the YM. I also got a limit here in the ES on a shallow pullback at 77.30 right now. We'll see if we can run into that and hopefully get a first target off here in the NASDAQ, as I've now moved my stop below the most recent swing low. Chad, how we doing? You guys have a good morning. Lots of I mean, gosh, I don't know if any of you guys are trading Asia, but that was some crazy moves last night.
We were XY and I were on like right as the tape flipped and somebody decided, okay, now we're gonna go fill the gap. We were kind of on as it was liquidating, and then we started doing replay, but it filled the gap, and it was kind of a fun, wild session. Good one to trade for, I think, a variety of instruments.
That was right on the money too, with the Asia Open at 8:00. Yep. We literally swept into highs. And I would, when I saw that open, a lot of times when you have, and this is something to be thinking about, when you have we've been in very consolidating markets, then we have a huge expansionary move to the upside. Very rarely is that going to be just like an absolute continuation without some type of breakout retest. And like you said, right down into that gap fill from basically the 6:00 close. And then we kind of got down into that, I don't know. We didn't even get down to the 4:00 close yet, which is fine. But just that final sweep lower, that was the fastest move basically all day, was from that 8:00 Asia Open down into what was 9:00, an hour run from 960 level all the way down to 900, 400 or 400, 950, but just in an hour. What a crush. And then back out of the lows at 2 a.m. I mean, you think about the opens, and that's why opening times are so important. Asia Open straight down, European Open straight up. It's like they almost have better markets than we had. And then this morning we had nothing but a couple of 90, 100-point bars whipping back and forth for the first half an hour before we finally decided to resolve our way to the upside here. So the benefits for any of you guys who are in Europe or other continents is actually, sometimes you guys get better markets than us.
100%. And it's funny, just I'm looking at this, and not that anyone wants to hear my perspective on tech, but so if Salesforce is entering a partnership with Anthropic to bring Claude inside of their CRM and business application tools, what in the F have you been selling everybody for the last few years with Einstein and all this other Agentforce garbage? So it's all been just vaporware that really did nothing, is what you're telling us. It's really interesting to see the market's reaction positively on, okay, so now we're going to spend money to actually have a tool that works versus whatever bullshit they were fluffing to their customers for years. So my voice
okay. You're going to have to, this is a new term for me, vaporware. What is vaporware?
Nonsense.
Okay.
Just a bunch of
smoke and mirrors.
A lot of marketing jargon and overselling what was probably just some basic, data queries, making it seem like it's intelligence.
Gotcha. I'm going to trail out of, if we get below this last swing low here, just a little bit below, move my stop up in the Dow to 53,625. If we start getting back there, I'll probably look for a re-entry because I think we could fall a little deeper. Oh, there's that first target there in NASDAQ for me. I'm going to move that stop to break just above break even, hopefully get up and hold through this IB and get some final targets off there. But Salesforce revenue is sus. Yeah,
I'm glad the chat, as end users and as somebody that operated in that world for over a decade, feels the same way I do. still have a pulse check on the old software as a service industry, and that one's a bit of a head scratcher. And if I'm on the Salesforce investment call or on the board, I'd be like, what the hell have you guys been doing? Are we asleep at the wheel? What are we doing? Now we have to go buy something with a partnership and overpay when we could probably be, when once again, we're going to go to the most expensive frontier model out there that's completely pricing themselves well above the average market for similar intelligence that China's doing for almost nothing on paper clips and bubblegum. So what do I know? I don't know. The whole thing is whatever. Fortune 100 can spend their money how they see fit. CapEx doesn't matter. Yes, Whit. Clearly, I miss going to Dreamforce, as you can tell.
Did you get the offer there? Turned it down?
I mean, I've been to Dreamforce like 6 times.
So, that's their conference.
That's the biggest software conference probably in the world that Salesforce puts on.
Okay.
So I've been there a number of times.
Gotcha. Is that in San Francisco?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like my dad went to that back in the day.
How many coffees today? Just one. I'm just a little fired up.
Red Bull for me. We haven't had their eggs yet, though. So if you guys want to see that, we're going to need to bump these likes up to 800.
Yes, if you want to see Jack chug what is called the
Rocky.
Oh, I was going to say, it's like the, I don't know. I was trying to think of a combination of like Rocky meets Four Loko, where you're doing shots of eggs mixed with like a white monster or something.
That's what I was going to say. We might need to do like a Red Bull and some egg yolks. That might be intense. I don't know if I could get that down. Might see me throw up on air. We don't need that.
It's got electrolytes.
I had to get all dressed up today because I got a dinner and a wedding recital. So I got a lot going on today.
But yeah, enough on me shitting on tech at this point for another session here. Let's talk about ES continuing to just drift higher and higher. Coming into the IB high, we got the V range right here in NQ. As I said, longer time frame. Wrong chart. Kind of leaning on, last week's value area high here at 84s. And just knowing that we might accept back up into this next distribution, which I would call basically like the 750s up towards, 30,150-ish. So if we can get a little build here above 700s, that's probably where we're headed.
Yeah, I got also gold, nice rally out of this low here. I got a limit in gold at 46.39. I'm going to switch sometimes, because I trade so many markets. I'm like, which one do I show? Do I show the positions I'm getting in or the positions I want to get in? But really nice bounce out of this low here. ATR expansion up. We're kind of consolidating, just looking for us to trade down into this mid range. So I got a limit here at 46.39.5, looking for a potential continuation in GC here. It's going to be my next setup. And then for the ES, I got limits down here at 30 quarter, which I mentioned. So maybe just holding what I got, hoping that YM gets all the way back up to its higher time frame targets that I'm looking for, and milking it while it works.
I love how the chat's still in the egg yolk and Red Bull thing.
That was very, very, very entertaining.
I know. The vibe, like someone says, the vibe has changed here now. Thank you, Jack and Nick. Well, the vibes are always good on this network, guys. Just, sometimes you throw like the boys here with me and Jack. It just we can go a variety of directions and also still give you some trading alpha any given day.
That's right. And we're always trading. Yep. Somebody made a joke the other day. Last time Jack was flat was 2017.
That sounds about as accurate.
Flat for a week, probably. Definitely been flat for a day, but flat for a week, I don't know. I'll be flat the first week of or the second week of September.
My mouse died, so I had to plug it back in, and I got to use my other one. Because I have since the chat was smart enough to introduce me to whatever the software is called. Synergy 3. It works with my Logitech mouse that
Oh,
I can
nice.
use my PC and my MacBook right here. And it's like, it literally is zero latency. I had no idea it existed because the only ones I had used had some latency and it drove me insane. But I keep my normal PC mouse as a backup, but this thing still works great. So shout out to whoever that gentleman was that originally told me that it existed and that the whole latency issue was solved a few years back.
Yeah. Take on oil and gold trades today. So, oil going into the open was one of the best trending markets to the upside, and we've kind of come back here. Let me pull it up. I've taken a couple trades here in CL, and just right before I got on screen, I actually got stopped out on a long, and we've now run out of it. But let me blow this up here. But one of the things I like to look for is us to kind of just come down into. Let me turn this up. What is this 2-minute chart? I don't even know how I got on this. Like I look at these white dots I have, I refer to them as leg starts. I use these as support and resistance. We've just held this. I'd like to see another structure build out of this low in CL. I do think we can take out that prior day high. If you look at the rally out of that low, we came back, we literally perfect check of that breakout. So I consider this to be the breakout in CL here, where we have this yellow bar and really start expanding range. We come back. We have an ATR expansion lower with an immediate reversal. So that's like good structure as far as like buyers stepping back in where they should and running it up. If we can build some support here and start looking for kind of that next leg up and making our way up towards the 83.60, I will be looking for that trade. But at this point in time, I'm a little unsure on directionally. I do see a move potentially back down to 81.46. But if we can hold here for the next 45 minutes or so, I'll be looking for a long in CL. And then, as I mentioned, I do have an order here in gold. We've came down, we swept the low. Gold's been one of those markets that's been it's really a two-sided tape right now. Over the last few weeks, we've definitely been trending higher, along with, of course, Bitcoin. But this sweeping move down, immediate reversal back above this swing high, not quite above this one. If we can drift down here, I'm looking for rotation back into 46.80s, potentially up to the midpoint by tomorrow, which is going to be 46.84. That's the middle of the prior day. And that's my take right now on those markets. Synergy.
Yes, is just doing algorithmic grind up type of things. Let's see, where are my options premium extensions sitting? When we get stupid like this is when I just start looking for, what would be dumb.
About to come into one of my first targets here. I've been moving these targets up. My initial targets on this Dow were not this high, but I've been, moving them up. There we go. There's a target there. And then my final target. I do think we can continue higher, but basically I'd rather kind of take a new entry. I would not be surprised actually to see the Dow take out that overnight high. On the back of Salesforce and NVIDIA, I really kind of like this structure here, but I'm going to be looking for a new entry as opposed to continuing to hold this position. You need to take something off the table, because I did take sometimes when you're in the morning like that was a really whippy session. I had a great trade plan. What I was looking for, the NASDAQ happened exactly, but I didn't trade my plan as well as I would have liked. So I'm going to take this off as opposed to really swinging for a new high of the day here, just to reset myself on my positions. Anybody trading anything interesting today? We all on the NASDAQ?
ES is just new high, new high, new high every 30 seconds.
Here we go. Coming into that final target there. Come on. Let's look at the ES here real quick.
I'm catching up on chat.
ES just chugging, man. We're getting through the overnight high here in the ES. Here we go. Out of some, and there we go. Now I'm out of the Dow. All right. Pushing. I don't think this ES is going to fill.
Oh.
Have to be a little more aggressive in this Yes, move my order up here to 35.75.
Nick, what AI models do you use now that you canceled your Claude? A variety of them. I'm gonna likely keep one subscription, whether it be through Cursor or through OpenAI, just to have a frontier orchestrator at my disposal as I'm flip flopping models between workloads and quantizations as people smarter than me are able to continue to get them to fit and not lose intelligence on smaller hardware. But I've been playing around with this week with DeepSeek and the new Coin model. So they're both pretty damn good. I'm actually very impressed. Even Meta's Muse, that's free right now on open code, just as like a simple, like give it a task and a goal and just let it roll. Like it's fast. It's pretty good. And then having a Fable or Soul come over the top and kind of check the work is a good system.
Never go full port, Mihar. Full porting is a horrible idea.
Yes. So
You never want to risk the house.
ES is doing classic Stowe trading ES type of things. Giving Nick no opportunities to get long, which is probably why I only had shorts off the value area high around 600s today. I mean, it worked, but until it didn't. Did I check out Ox Alpha? Yes. And I'm actually very happy to hear that it was the model that it's going to be. Because that makes a lot of sense. And it kind of felt like that since I had played with 5.2. 5.3 looked pretty good. So we'll see if the model will fit or when it fits on two of my Sparks. Probably later today. I'll have time to play around with it.
64 trading copper today. I have not looked at
What's
that
copper
one
doing?
today. Yeah, what is copper doing? I got to roll my contract.
I saw in my screener that's still I guess a work in progress. I don't think I even am pulling copper yet. I think I'm doing platinum, gold, and silver.
Dude, throw RBOB on there. I just threw it on mine.
I do have I have gasoline, natural gas, and oil on that I'm testing. Yeah. Oh no, I do have copper. I do have HG. I have palladium, platinum, copper, silver, and gold, natural gas, crude, and gas. The old RBOB. And then just RTY, YM, NQ, and ES. I have the currencies and bonds too, but I haven't found I don't watch them enough to like know good data points yet. So it's like a big grain of salt. It's just using literally like fibs and like previous day MGI stuff. Like that's all my screener's really looking at now. And then the moving averages. So simple things.
You guys trade such thin contracts like HG? Yeah. So I haven't gotten to the point in my life where I'm really too concerned about trading so large that I can't get out of a futures position. I'm not there yet. So, I mean, maybe a little slippage here and there. The September contract is super thin. We just rolled to December in copper, but I mean, if something's moving, like you got to be thinking about it. Like what's thin? Like you want thin? Unfortunately, stock futures, those are thin. Like those are, big spreads.
Panda trading, I agree with you. Hence why my little rant there on the Salesforce Anthropic partnership didn't make a lot of sense to me. What am I doing with all these models, trading stuff? A little bit of both. A little bit of fun video stuff, a shit ton of stuff for the Vibe Traders streams that we do. I mean, and then I started a few side companies that do a variety of different things. So majority of the stuff is for those, and then I get to have fun doing other things. But it also gives me proof of concepts and stories and things that I can talk to potential clients about.
I was wondering why my chart in copper was a little screwy. We just rolled to the December contract from the September. Yeah, I mean, anytime you're trading, with things can be thinner. I mean, I know wheat was limit up yesterday, I think. I don't really trade that too often, but I tell you what, like it's up another. Anytime you see a move that's limit up, it's typically going to continue.
Is it because something to do with the harvest, given the super
It
El
had
Nino
something
and how
to do with
terrible
the
the weather's
potential
been?
restart of, increased Ukraine tensions in Russia because they're the largest producer. But,
Yeah, I
if
guess
you
I
take a
forgot about
chart,
that.
like a look at the chart, the ZW chart, which is wheat, I think we limited it up yesterday, but I could be wrong on that. And then today, that first pullback pretty aggressively bid. But the thing that's always important to understand is volatility, usually like price, they say like there's plenty of studies. Price is hard to predict, but volatility isn't. Volatility can be modeled out versus like price is much harder to model out, whether like we're going to go directional. But usually if we're moving with volatility, it's a little easier to find trends. Like you look when Bitcoin broke out, you had that huge 7% move to the upside. And then ever since that happened, it's just been an aggressive trend to the out. It's been an aggressive trend. But before that 7% move in Bitcoin, you could have wasted all day. If today we're up 2.6% in Bitcoin, that's the best percentage gain out of anything that I watch on my watch list. And, that's not a surprise because it had, I don't know if that 7% move was like a 2 sigma or 3 sigma move going back to the 19th. But that's why if you are looking for other markets to trade, you just trade the markets that are moving. Don't think about it too hard.
Watching this guy at 611 play a little bit of games. Oh, they're not going to give it to me, are they? Oh, good sequence potentially for somebody there. There was some dude at 611 there.
Kind of not liking this NASDAQ coming back. I might just clear it out.
Yeah, there was a seller just holding price there. Not quite an iceberg, but was sitting on the offer, kept refreshing and coming in.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm going to close that NASDAQ position.
I didn't get my fill, so.
I bet we can come today. One of the next trade I'm looking for here in the NQ is going to be the 50% retracement from that candle low, the open 10 o'clock lows to the most recent high takes us back to this, breakout area, 29,525. So I'm actually going to cancel this ES order as well. I think we need a deeper pullback here as we go into the 11:30 time frame here in 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to pull off being a little aggressive.
Yeah, I missed the scalp for sure. We'll see how low this goes. Maybe it's a buy VWAP kind of play. But that would have been a nice little simple trade, just somebody initiating there at 611s that you could have taken for a quick 30, 40 point scalp.
Yeah, I'm going to move it down. 77.25s. See what YM coming off my exit too. Just a little bit.
That would be a moment where a good friend and mentor of mine, also known as Leo, would have said, "That's why you fucking market order in. Stop being soft."
Market.
I feel attacked for my limit order sometimes by him. Your bot got you in at 606. Nice. I have all these things that I'm building in the trading side of stuff. The bot thing just has not, I guess, seemed like something I want to pursue. Because then I feel like I'm going to be watching it, concerned about it. Like, I don't know. I enjoy the little bit of trading every day, like not being glued to my phone, charts, or monitoring trades. Like when I'm done, I'm done. I really haven't gotten back even when I thought I was going to this year with, swinging some micros here and there. And it's kind of working for me. I feel good about it. So the thought of like having a bot that even just trades like simple strategies that, do have some simple edge, nothing crazy. I don't know. It hasn't appealed to me lately. I think I put enough risk on, especially when I'm off stream and I'm sized up a little bigger.
I think I should have profitable. I'm still break even for this month. Like already 2 months like this. I already keep not over trade. So I mean, maybe one trade. Why one trade a day? Like what? Like what's the? I don't get the one trade a day thing. Like I'm just gonna take one trade a day. Okay, let me give you a little bit of a secret formula on how to outperform the market. There is 3 factors to outperforming the market. It's one, signal strength, which is basically like the accuracy of your market selection and picks, like how much you win in your R ratios. That could be a different variation. 2 is frequency of events. Okay. So that's something that people leave out. Now, if I have an expected value of 3R on my average trade, but I'm only getting one trade every week, well, that's still pretty good. But if I have an expected value of saying let's say 1.5R, so half of that, but I'm getting 7 trades a week, what's going to return more? The one with the higher frequency, even though it has a lower risk reward ratio. So, the one trade thing, like if that's just a psychological barrier to keep you from over trading, like you're not over trading, in my opinion, unless you're forcing trades, because every day is different. Like I don't have such a problem with like a profit target on the day as I do with like a limited number of trades on a day. So it's probably, it doesn't sound like your trade frequency is high enough. I would, maybe, I don't know what your strategy is. If it's just like, if you're only taking one trade a day and you're taking a trade every single day, you're probably not even executing a strategy, because no strategy is literally just giving you one trade a day and calling it quits every single day. Like that's just not realistic. It might either give you 0 or 1, but it's not just like spitting out, here's 1 a day. It might be giving you 2, it might be giving you 3 on some days. So you need to diagnose that. Welcome back, Ray. Welcome to the gauntlet.
What a weird session. I'd say that like as if we haven't had several of these like range bound, dumb, slow, random sequence type of days like this. I mean, ES is still doing ES things, but actually, no. Well, we're breaking that 9 EMA. Just retested it too.
How did I identify that the ES was going to drop? Because I did pull my limit there. 2 things here. So one, on my screen, you'll see these little boxes, these like red boxes and green boxes. So they're my own form of market generated information, or so like price levels that I've queued up. And so we kind of ran into one of those in the ES. And the other thing I pay attention to is like the strength of a move. So these white dots are 3-bar moves or more. Now you can see the last time we had a 3-bar continuation here in the ES, that's all the way down at like 10-15. So that's kind of where visually I think the actual higher time frame support is. There was 2 bars up, 1 down, 2 bars up, 1 down, 2 bars up, and then 1 down. And I was just like, this has been kind of a little bit of a chase up here. We ran into those highs. We ran into resistance. So my anticipation was that we were actually just going to go back to more of a base, as opposed to this is like an aggressive continuation. So that's why I decided to cancel that order, get out of my NASDAQ, and just limit at lower prices. I thought we were a little ahead of the game up here. Yeah, I tell you what, it's going to be kind of hard to pay back that 5K risking $200 a day, taking one trade a day with the 50% win rate. It's gonna take you a while. You can do the math on that though. I think one of the biggest things is like, okay, Are you a better range trader? Are you a better short side trader? Are you a better long side trader? Can you trade all of those things? And then, you need to identify the market regime that we're in. Are we in, today I would call today's move an expansionary move to the upside. Why is it that? It's on the back of a few things. NVIDIA earnings, which is obviously the largest market cap company. Anytime they come out with earnings, the market's going to move. It's going to move. I don't know what direction it's going to move, but it's going to move. That's one. And then two, you got Jackson Hole tomorrow, which is like basically the Super Bowl of the Fed. And those are things that are going to create volatility in the indexes, and volatility is going to create opportunities. So you kind of got to be a little prepared that we're probably not going to sit inside IB all day like we have for the past few days or close to it. You got to think. I compared trading to 3D chess. It's 3D chess. All right. European markets are closed. Okay. I don't know the answer to this, but why do they close at like the bottom of the hour? Like, we close at like 4 o'clock. I don't know what time 11:30 is over there in London. If anybody's in London, you can tell me what time it is. But like, why do they close on a half an hour and we close like on the hour? Does that make sense? $4:30. Okay. Is that their official cash close of their stocks, or is that like kind of like how we have it here? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, we open at 9:30. They end at what, 2 o'clock? 4:30 p.m. We open it. It gives the hedgies an extra half an hour to read the New York Times. Actually, back when the New York Times was useful for market information, I don't know how true that is anymore, but it used to be.
I mean, you just need to pay $100,000 for Truth Social apparently, and you're good. The only market news you need.
I am stuck short the MGC. What do you advise me? First of all, how are you stuck? What does that mean? You're in a position you don't want to be in. You're not following the plan you initially took. You're down on it and you think it's coming back. What was your stop? Did you ever have one?
Likely no.
Yeah. So the first piece of advice is every trade you enter, have an exit plan. It sounds like you don't have one.
And I have another piece of advice in that same realm. If you do not pick one before you enter the trade, the market's going to pick one and it's going to be worse than the one you would have picked. Yeah. And we're just saying this in generalities at this point, because I don't know if you actually have one, what this full cadence would look like, but I don't know what stuck means. Stuck sounds like the position's against me and I don't know I can't bring myself to hit flat and then take this big of a loss.
All right, let's take a look at GC here. So you're stuck short. I'm trying to get long. We just broke out of this most recent high here. We're pushing up against this. At what point do you go from being to being stuck to being forced out? Don't wait for that. Is price doing what you want you to do, what you want it to do? Okay. Like even if you want to get short, and we're breaking out of like a half an hour consolidation, we're probably going to run at least another 3 points, especially considering, we're breaking out of a downtrend line. We found a little base. If your stop, I don't know where you're short from, but if you got short in here and your stop is, I don't know, let's say above like here at 57, that's one thing, but you're not stuck. You're not sure of your plan.
I suddenly want to ask, how do you know when I should stop trading? Once again, this is I guess an open-ended question. It depends on what you mean by stop trading. If you're talking for a session, if you mean as a side thing that you're doing as an investment vehicle, there's all different paths here. But if you're talking about a session, which I'm going to assume you are, depends on what else you got to do. If you work a real job, I would tell you, if you've hit a winning trade or two and you have other responsibilities, that's a good stopping point. If you've taken, I don't know, the simple rule is have you taken 3 stabs at the market and it hasn't worked? Like if you've taken a couple, 3 small stops, you're clearly not seeing things great that day. Could just be not working for you. Come back tomorrow. No big deal. That's usually a system that I do. If it's 1 or 2 and it felt like clearly I'm not seeing things, it's time for me to walk away for a little bit. Go outside for at least 30 minutes. Come back. Do you still want to trade? If you close everything down, things like that. Just kind of depends. Everyone's going to be different. Some people don't have profit targets for a session or for a week. That's fine. You don't need it. But it's good to still have that kind of, did you have a good read, a good trade where you took full profit, or you were able to scale out and manage the trade successfully to an actual profit target? That's always also a good sign of being like, I kind of know what I'm doing. I took a good trade. I feel good. This is a good point to end on. Go do something else. Go outside. Go work on another project, whatever it may be.
Touch grass.
Exactly, Halo announcer.
Okay, is that part of the new thing? Is that made up? Is that AI?
That is a sound effect. I have the same one.
That's an actual sound clip from like the new, because when I played Halo, that wasn't a thing.
I don't know if someone cloned the voice and just had it say random things and they're on the internet now or what, but there's a bunch.
And to that person who was asking what my NQ limit is, should be able to see it there on my screen. It's 29,529 quarter. Do I sound like the Halo guy? I tell you what, that's the only video game I ever consider myself addicted to. I would like sneak out of my bedroom as a child to go play in the basement past the alarms, which must not have been very good if I could have snuck past them.
Unfreaking believable.
Am I watching VWAP?
Oh my gosh.
Watching reaction here to potentially get long. But remember, guys, I was trying to get short around 611. So my initial read would be at least to be, taking some off here. If you took that short, because you were smart enough to mark it in, this is where I'd take some off.
I just got long the Dow. I forgot I even had that order out there. So it was a little scary when I got that fill. Not sure if I like it. Yeah. Halo 2 on Xbox Live, little standby during capture the flag. I remember the first time I got standby, if anybody remember what that is. You pull your router out and then you're just moving like a ghost and just freaking capture the flag. Flag captured. Dude. I was like, what? I was like guarding the flag. I got my bazooka ready to just murk whoever walks into that zone. And then all of a sudden, flag. What was the phrase? It was like flag captured and then like flag taken.
Yeah, something like that. It's been so long. The kids today don't know what that was like. Having LAN parties with 2 Xboxes at a friend's house with just a long Ethernet cable.
Can we just go back?
Life was simpler then.
Dude, so simple. So simple. GameCube had great marketing. I never really liked it, but I always thought it was cool.
I was very good at when GameCube had Super Smash Brothers. I was very good at that one, like way better than I would be on N64. I just figured that one out.
Vivian, and I'm not going to do the rest of that. But Nick and Jack, what are irrefutable trading rules that you do not break under any circumstances, both commonly known trading rules and personal? Thank you. Well, I'll tell you what, there isn't a trading rule I haven't broken. So I don't know if I could honestly answer that question because I've probably broken every rule I've ever taken. But the ones I think you shouldn't break Risking your risk of ruin, I think, is your most important thing. If you are doubling down on a loser, big no-no. That is the fastest way to lose more money than you anticipated. I always think that there is realistic losses that you can take and operate in trading, and then there are losses that are not realistic and you should not be taking. And those are the losses that ruin you. And there's basically a few ways of which you can accrue those losses. One is just simply over trading, which is, and by over trading, I don't mean 2 trades a day or 3 trades a day. I mean getting in a trade, getting stopped out, getting in another trade, getting stopped out, getting in another trade with full revenge and no objectivity of your view of the market. You're just simply trading to gamble. That is over trading. That's one. 2 is increasing your position size. Like if you're risking $300 a trade and all of a sudden you're down 2 trades in a row and you go, you know what? I'm going to risk 600 and make it back. That's a no-no. You only increase size when you're up on the day, not when you're down. And then the third would just be moving stops outside of your initial game plan. That's probably the one I break the most. But those are the good ones, in my opinion. All right. See if we hold it here. If we don't hold it here, I think we got some. I think we're checking back into lows.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that I didn't get filled 100 points ago.
It's kind of crazy how we can drop that much that quick. It's been 25 minutes of selling here, and you're just down 100 easy.
We saw it in real time, guys. Good replay to go watch up there. Not an aggressive, like a super aggressive sequence, but there was a dude up there.
Yeah, we were just compressing too. Those candles got real tight on highs in the NASDAQ. All the markets did. ZC, we moving in that sucker again. These are going on my watch list. This actually got to update that. Yeah, ZC's nice. Nice buy this morning around 10 o'clock. Is Dreamcast still a company?
Well, Sega. Who owns Sega?
Oh, okay, that's Sega. Okay, who owns Sega? Well, ZC had a really nice sequence.
It might still be themselves.
Dude, Game Boy Pocket, what was it, Donkey Kong? Dude, Pokemon on Game Boy Pocket? The red one? Never go full port.
They're still, yeah, I guess when you think about it, they're still selling the rights to things and doing stuff. So I guess it makes sense. They still own and produce games with other studios for their characters, like Sonic and stuff.
Is Sega out of like Korea?
I think it's Japan, isn't it?
I have the TTM squeeze. Yeah, I've used it. I'm aware of it. Is that on Ninja? Or some version of it? I don't use it now. Everything I use is just my own development at this point, but I think the TTM squeeze is pretty good. I used to use it for stocks. Gigapets? Yeah, I had those. Now I just go by Giga Chad. Yeah, good old TTM squeeze by John Carter. John Carter, OG in trading space. Wave trend. Don't think I've used the wave trend. Stampy. Stampy, so your break even over the last 2 months. Well, guys, that's actually not a bad thing. Especially if you're a newer trader, to be break even. But obviously you want to make money. That's what we're here for, right? I would say trade more products, but that's me. And also, you know, are you taking one-to-one trades? Like, there's so many things that can go into why you're break even. You kind of got to give me a little bit more about how many markets are you trading? How many trades are you taking? How much money are you risking relative to your drawdown? What's your standard risk reward ratio that you're looking for? GC 1226 December. Russell pushing highs here. The late show, the dog. 77.25 is my ES limit, and I can see you're all front running me. It's not getting filled. You're all putting your orders ahead of mine. I know what you're doing. It's those market makers again. Look at that. Come on now.
Nice little bounce there off the RTH Open. OR mid.
Yeah.
Now they're going to send it.
That's going to be it right there. All right. I got to get a little. Oh, shit. Dude, what the? I got a quarter tick away from my ES fill. That's fantastic. I'm going to move that up. I'm going to move it up 29 quarter. Great advice, Cabbage. My cabbages. Tell me about your cabbages. Cabbage Patch Kids? Anybody? Mihar, did you full port this one? We're back. We're up now, baby. Mihar with the full port. I want my comms. Not my Cabbage Corp.
My cabbages!
Okay, what is that from? That is beyond my pop culture knowledge. All right. Got an NQ first target here. Spent 5 minutes in red. 29,584, 607, and then 684 quarter are going to be my targets. ATR expansion here coming at the ES to the upside. Avatar? Dude, I thought Avatar was a movie. Yeah, Glenn, I mean, how could you not hold through red? That barely went against me. So if you're unfamiliar with my stop, there's an 8. See how that bar is turning yellow right now on the NASDAQ? That is ideal entry criteria. If you are long and then you get that bar to turn yellow, that means we are expanding in the direction of my trade, which like I literally could not ask for more. Like now we're just cruising. With an entry with a 5-minute ATR expansion on a reversal that was a limit order is literally as good as you can get it. The ATR indicator is free. And then I have an order strategy that I do sell, which automatically would, like when you see my orders are I place a limit and then my targets and everything are calculated based on ranges and a few other things that are proprietary. But there's the yellow one is free. I can't believe I missed that ES by a tick. We're just cruising. I'm going to drag this NQ up though. A lot of times if I get that entry order, right, and we're instantly ATR expanding, I'm moving targets up and I'm moving stops up. I'm increasing my profit targets while decreasing my risk. Yeah, you'd be waiting for those magenta bars. You ain't even gonna know what to do with them.
We literally just ripped off those.
Switch from TV. I am here to get you on NinjaTrader. I'm here to get you off of the TV. The TV is basic, dude. If you want to do sophisticated coding, it has to be done on Ninja. I'm telling you because I've tried it.
What happened to my YouTube chat? What the hell's going on?
Wow, look at that bar. It's getting bigger.
Wow. What did ES? I didn't even watch ES during this whole season. Oh my
Dude,
God.
I missed my entry in the ES by a tick, and then I moved it up, and we took off without me. That's getting canceled. We are not coming back there. But okay, who knows what my 5-bar theory is? Anybody? What's my 5-bar theory? Everyone. My 25-minute. What did we do there? What did we do there? Count the bars down. 5 bars, 5 bars, 25 minutes down into the support level, immediate reaction back higher. That is like textbook. Literally textbook what I teach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Support. Bid.
That was quite the something. But quick reminder for everybody tuning in, make sure you stay with us after the close today, as Merit will be doing a Develop Your Edge session using profiles to determine bias and trade locations. So if you're a fan of Merit and you've enjoyed learning from all the different traders on NT Live, please do tune in for another fantastic session this afternoon when Merit and Jim will take you through Merit strategy and all things around this.
All right, guys, we've had a pretty active morning. Thank you all for tuning in. For those of you guys who stayed past the morning and got to see a couple good trades here in an hour. Thoughts on swinging the NQ? I got long this morning. I want to hold for a larger move. Let's put my stop a little low. I'm a fan. Depending, are you willing to hold overnight, though, is the only question. If you're not willing to hold overnight, like obviously swinging, I'm assuming you're talking about multiple days. And not that my targets are like that much further above. I would say like a higher time frame swing, maybe 29,900 area for like multi-day. Do I trade under the 5-minute? Not really, Spencer.
Isn't Craig on Discord at noon? I feel like Craig is doing a session, but why do I feel like that was yesterday? Maybe they'll flash something up on the screen to let me know if that was yesterday. Yes, every Thursday, Craig is live in the Discord with special guests, and he's got one today. So enjoy your lunch hour with Craig and Samantha here as we talk candles and catalysts, macro, micro, and everything in between. If you're not a part of the NT Live Discord, we will post the link here in the chat for you guys to join us.
Where can we learn more about what you teach, Dirty Harry? You can learn it here every time I'm on. You can submit your request to see me more. No, I'm just kidding. You can't do that. But I got my trader page has what I've done for NT Live, or I do my Discord all day long, basically every day. I trade in there. I make a video every single morning, and I'm in there, and then I'm on here every day. So if you're interested in that, you can just find it on my Twitter.
Yeah, Jack and I are on, I mean, at this point, like 4 days a week on NT Live. So
we like to call ourselves regulars.
Like every day you can find us around. I'm definitely in front of a camera now at least 5 days a week. So that's fun. Yes, that is true. You can go back and watch Jack's Develop Your Edge, my Develop Your Edge, XY's, and everybody else's. They are, in fact, recorded and live on the NinjaTrader channel. I'm sure they're even grouped in a playlist at this point because that's what you do. So if you have not caught all of these, or you don't get to you don't have time to hang out with us after the bell, you can watch them back later. Same guy is still sitting here at 600s. He has been sitting here all morning.
All right, guys, we're coming into the final minute here. Make sure you're following Nick and I on Twitter as well as NT Live and in the Discord. I believe there we are. But yeah, so thank you for having us on, guys. Thanks for tuning in here today and watching us come in and trade what is an active market. And then can we get Jim's voice to take it away from here?
Most important message of the day. Please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.
Take care, chat. Later, guys.
Over.